You're listening to the PAZNIA radio network.
Hey pioneers, my name is Fillmore Katz and I am a Jewish lawyer. Richard Greaser asked me to give my thoughts on some legal theory regarding the revelations from Lola Leitz's recent piece in The Rage. It appears that Luke's lawyers have been working on attempting to set some legal precedents around spam and are alleged to be drafting letters to mining pools. They seem to want to use threats of government coercion in order to further their goals of how they think other businesses should operate, as well as how individuals should be running nodes in their own homes. If there is one thing that gets a Jewish lawyer like me excited, it is lawfare and outrageous legal theory. Let it be said, two can play this game, but the Jew always wins. A legal precedent was set in 1919 in the United States Supreme Court case, Schenck v. United States, that shouting fire in a crowded theater was not a First Amendment protected activity, as it was done to unjustly incite panic. Actions like these are dangerous and immoral. We have seen in recent months individuals attempt to incite panic that Bitcoin will die as a result of running core version 30. This is patently false, as raising the op return limit will have almost no effect whatsoever at encouraging spam, as it is 4 times as expensive as current inscription mechanisms. Individuals including uncredentialed professors, influencers, mining pool operators, podcasters, and developers have repeatedly shouted fire in the crowded theater, which is Bitcoin Twitter, etc. They have used threats of state violence as a mechanism to enforce node policy and have concocted wild theories on exploitative material being dispersed on the Bitcoin blockchain. I am not an advocate for state violence, as I believe humans can resolve many issues without violence from powerful criminal gangs who are made up predominantly of individuals who consume exploitative materials. But the ones shouting fire in crowded theaters need to understand that if they are to live by the sword of attempting to wield the pedophilic ruling class against their political opponents, they may indeed die by the sword, as they themselves are failing their own legal purity tests. Terrorizing the plebs for your own political goals is immoral, but also in this case likely illegal. I would encourage individuals to quit amplifying the ones shouting fire, as you could be unintentionally breaking the law, but also unintentionally hurting and scaring the plebs. With the introduction of the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, this issue becomes even more legally dangerous, as shouting fire in the theater and inciting mobs of angry plebs could be interpreted as threats to national security. I have answered this question pro bono, as I know the Bugle journalists spend all their money on cigarettes, and I was interested in this topic. If you would like to have your legal questions answered, you can reach out to me at the Jewish law firm Katz & Goldberg, where you can talk to me for just a small amount of $5,000 an hour. Remember that when it comes to law, the Jewish lawyers always win. Have a good day, folks, and enjoy the podcast.
Hiding things, harming others, stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak Dagger.
Yo baby, yo baby, yo baby! How's tricks, my ashwagandhans? Here's Thane Riddle punching in for another underpaid shift. Today, I see the Xmas tree of ashwagandha. It's a palm tree. It's already starting to collect some decorations and gifts, and well, they may just be coconuts. I didn't look very closely. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the most spectacular treasure in history. This is the Vonu Life Resurrected Special, and we're going to be shilling that and talking about that and all that crap later. We're hopefully live on zap.streams, so you can zap us silly, which is a gay way to say send some Bitcoin. Or you can, if you're a little less gay than that, you can go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Tell them Thane sent you, send them some Monero. Go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX Radio. Get your ass into PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX. Do put, because I know you're all too shy to call in to actually talk to me or my guests. So if you have any questions about tradecraft or anything cool like that for our guest today, leave that shit in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat so that I can read it to him and bother him with your inane questions that we both already know the answers to. You're the most basic. You have barely 2 brain cells to rub together to write this question. We really appreciate your support. The call-in link this week is PAZNIA.com/call2, which you can call in a mere half hour from now, because before we get into the news today and the Vonu Life 2025 special stuff, I have to do our guest interview first, because this is a busy man, a VIP. He's jet setting around the world, and he has to hop on a plane to the Philippines or some about a child brothel or something. I didn't really pay too close attention. I try not to overhear things that I don't need to hear. We welcome our most illustrious guest early this episode. He's a guy named Cory Hughes. How's it going, Cory?
Good. So I think I'm on the wrong show, because I'm here to talk about Bitcoin Core version 30. What are you here to talk about?
Well, my guests do ask me about things like that, and then I just go like, oh yeah, I don't know. I don't really care.
Oh my God. So I don't know. You're obviously a Bitcoin guy. Bitcoin Core V30 is like the most insidious, subtle attack I've ever seen on Bitcoin, next to the block wars, of course.
Yeah, so I've heard. Yeah, I mean, that it is relevant. The show is about privacy and security in a holistic sense. So like cryptocurrency comes up often.
So most people don't know this, but I spent like 2.5 years working for Saifedean Ammous, who wrote the Bitcoin Standard. So my days in Bitcoin go back to like 2015.
Oh, that's cool.
I launched in 2016 what had become at the time the biggest Bitcoin podcast network in the world. I had Tone Vace, Jimmy Song, World Crypto Network, Ansel Lindner, Saifedean. I had everybody who was everybody in the Bitcoin space. Then I realized I spent all my Bitcoin trying to run a business that wasn't making any money. And so I got the hell out of that. But yeah, I've been in the Bitcoin space a real long time, and it's a very interesting time in Bitcoin. So,
well, shit. Well, tell the listeners who you are besides the Bitcoin thing.
Yeah, sure. My name's Cory Hughes. I'm a Kennedy assassination researcher. And that's pretty much it. Everything else is secondary.
Right. Everything else is secondary. Well, because you're a Kennedy assassination research expert, or whatever the hell you said, I've heard tell that you know about this little thing we call tradecraft in the spy world, which is basically the same shit we talk about on this show all the time.
Well, I try, but it's very hard to become an expert at something so secretive.
Yeah,
all we can kind of pick up on is the remnants of what they leave behind in history. Like all through Oswald's life, and the entire Kennedy assassination is just dripping with tradecraft. And because on the day of the assassination, like virtually nobody is where they said they were.
Right.
So
we'll definitely touch on the sort of the normal, I guess, if we have time for it towards the end stuff. Because I know you've talked to Rayo too a lot on the Vonu podcast about the Kennedy assassination and Kerry Thornley and stuff, and I'd certainly like to talk about that at some point. But you can use that as your canvas for I don't know, because I want to learn here. I want our listeners to learn from the spooks, and we can even use that as a learning thing. But anyway, so what do you think about what you know about CIA tradecraft, how that's relevant to somebody's privacy or whatever, who wants to be a mole ninja?
Well, I think it's kind of important to define what tradecraft really is. And tradecraft are basically ways and means and techniques that spies have come up with in order to hide their activities and maintain what they call plausible deniability. And plausible deniability is probably the single most important term in the entire spy world. governments need to be able to cover their tracks and obfuscate their trail of deception. And that is ultimately what tradecraft governs. Tradecraft governs things like the body doubles, the aliases, dead drops, any techniques that spies would use to cover their tracks, basically. That's what tradecraft is, and it's riddled in everything the government does, even modern diplomacy. So, the reason that you have virtually every embassy around the world where you have people who are allegedly just ambassadors, I promise you 100% of them are using false names and work for the CIA, right? That's exactly how it went in the 60s, and I'm confident that's still how it goes today. So maintaining this plausible deniability is like the utmost priority of the intelligence world and the reason they implement tradecraft at all.
Yeah, that's right. And, there is a distinction to be made between plausible deniability and what we might even call, I don't even know what to call it, convincing deniability, believable deniability. There's a difference between plausible and convincing, right?
Yes, but like one of the things I say about like why they won't release any Kennedy documents is more about maintaining. Everyone knows the CIA killed Kennedy, right? Everybody knows that.
Right.
It's not even a question, right? But they still are able to maintain a level of plausible deniability. It might not be convincing, but it meets the definition of plausible deniability, right? And so I don't think they'll ever release anything ever that matters, because it will tarnish American prestige, right? It will show that, yes, they knew the whole time what happened. They've just been lying to everybody forever. And all the lone gunman stuff has been crap, right? And so they have to maintain that forever. They can't ever say, oops, sorry, right? So that's
some
why
of it may have been destroyed anyway.
Yeah, and most of it wasn't ever on paper. The guy is planning of the actual assassination itself, and these guys had maps and diagrams of Dealey Plaza and all that stuff. I mean, none of that's going to turn up in any government document, And then one thing I realized is that most people who are clamoring for new documents, like, I don't give a damn about new documents. There has not been a single page of anything relevant to be released in any of the document releases since 2017 that we've gotten. None of those hundreds of thousands of pages have had anything in it.
That sounds about right, yeah.
It's been a complete and total waste of time.
Now, let's talk first. I'm going to start trying to mine you for data here, okay? That might be practical to the listeners. Now, let's talk about, in our world, we call it threat models. For the CIA, it might just be a matter of different roles and operations. How do you know what I'm talking about here when I say like threat modeling?
Not particularly.
Oh, well, it just means like what you're doing. Let's say your tradecraft will fit your role or your operation, depending on who you're. Well, for example, like whether you're trying to achieve mere plausible deniability versus something convincing, right? How do you understand? Do you know anything about how, like a spy or a spy's handler would assess a situation to determine, I don't know, what kinds of tradecraft would be?
Oh, that's a really good question. I don't have an answer for you. I can look at specific examples, like within Kennedy, of identity transfer, where people were saying they were places where they were not, right? So one part of the story is David Ferry, one of the guys down in New Orleans, allegedly has an alibi why he wasn't in Dallas. And he went ice skating and did a whole bunch of stuff over the weekend. Well, even his alibi where he was supposed to have been wasn't him. Somebody went and impersonated him, gave his name, completely not matching his descriptors or any of that stuff. So that had to be planned at some level, right? At some point in time, they made a decision that this person would go and impersonate David Ferry at the ice skating rink, right? And so I don't see, one thing I noticed about in Kennedy in particular is that a lot of the decision-making process was offloaded to these guys who were not like big shots in the CIA. You know what I mean? They actually allowed these
of
guys
course.
to have a lot of freedom in doing their, Kerry Thornley, heavily involved in the setup of Lee Harvey Oswald. So he obviously was told, hey, go out and set up Oswald. And you have, he I believe was left to, figure out his own parameters on what he was doing, because he went above and beyond in certain places where he never needed to go. He went and set up Oswald in places that never made it into the official story, that outright contradict the official story, right? So he was given a lot of operational leeway to do what he felt he had to do. So yeah, it's interesting because I think the person who's making that decision will probably be the operative themselves as opposed to a handler, because they know the situation more intimately.
Yes, yeah. That's something interesting I've noticed in both intelligence and insurgency is how they've been forced to adopt the power of decentralization. And it's kind of similar to the economic calculation problem, where the information required is decentralized, but also it helps with, privacy, because there's more, the handlers or whatever may not even know all the details of what's happening. Now I noticed you used the term identity transfer. Does that apply just to like a body double situation, or is that a more abstract?
I believe it encompasses the use of aliases also. There's a number of there's a couple guys who are French mafia, Corsican mafia, whose names come up in the story. Michael Roux and Lucien Sarti and a couple other guys. They're different people, but they all share identities. They're all spies and they all share each other's identity, right? So even though it's just an alias thing, I believe that's an identity transfer operation. Whereas compared to something more extreme, I put out a book called Lee Harvey Oswald in Black and White, which basically goes over with a fine-tooth comb all the documents from Lee Harvey Oswald's early life up until he joins the Marines. And when you go through that stuff, it becomes brutally obvious that they were raising two children under the name Lee Harvey Oswald, obviously for intelligence purposes, right? That's an operation that lasted his whole life throughout the Marines, right? Which means the Marines were in on it. Marine G2 is the intelligence organization. And we have documents from Marine G2, which indicate the person they were handling was named Harvey Lee Oswald, not Lee Harvey Oswald, right? And so that was a much more extreme, I think, experimental identity transfer program that Lee Harvey Oswald was in, compared to something as small as just sharing an alias. But all of these, I believe, are identity transfer operations because you have one person basically pretending to be another.
Yeah, any kind of Dread Pirate Roberts situation, shared identity. I get it. That's a cool name. A cool term. I'm gonna have to use that. Now, how about what's your knowledge on appearing to be something you're not physically, like whether that be camouflage, disguises, or just looking boring?
Okay, so this is an interesting thing because most of the time you don't have identical doppelgangers who are doing identity transfer, right? So one thing I found was that a lot of times it appears as though the CIA groups guys together. Like when you look at all the guys who ended up surrounding David Ferrie and his little clique, they were all like 5'11", 160 pounds, brown hair, receding hairline, right? Like you got the very same descriptors over all these guys. So I think that's part of it. But one thing that the CIA, there's a book, God, I always forget the name of this book. It's like the CIA's dirty tricks or how they do them or something like that. And there's a section on identity transfer, and it talks about how when the two people, like the man who's being impersonated and the person doing the impersonation, if they're not in the same place at the same time and they're not heavily scrutinized, it makes pulling off an identity transfer operation much easier. Like, for example, Oswald, in the lead up to the assassination, there's like 100 witnesses who put Oswald everywhere from New Orleans to Timbuktu, saying New Orleans, this guy came in and he was talking about communism. He was talking about Kennedy. He was talking about having guns, right? And so a lot of the incidents of Oswald being set up were actually done by Kerry Thornley. And so you can see Kerry Thornley and Oswald are similar in appearance, but they're not exactly the same. They both are about the same, roughly the same height, 5'9" versus 5'10", receding hairline, very similar build, right? And so you have a bunch of places where Kerry Thornley clearly impersonated Oswald, but later on, months later, when they happen to see the guy on TV who kind of looked, hey, was that guy I saw 3 months ago, right? Because if you met someone today and you didn't see him again for 3 months and then they're on TV, odds are you wouldn't recognize them. But if that same person comes in and they're talking about guns and communism and all the things relevant to the Kennedy assassination months before the Kennedy assassination, once that guy gets busted and he's on television, you're gonna be like, hey, I think that's that guy I saw who talked about communism and the president, right? That is like a modus operandi that they did like for like at least 6 months before the assassination. Oswald going places, well, mostly Kerry Thornley and William Seymour were the two men impersonating Oswald. And they didn't look exactly like Oswald. They were similar in features, but when not put next to each other, not scrutinized enough for people to be able to realize there was a difference. And that's kind of how they pulled it off. So the visual appearance was not as important as a lot of people might think.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is something I've touched on before, that people's memories are not super perfect or anything. Like it's pretty hard to.
It's easy to manipulate.
Yeah,
and that's what they were doing. They intentionally went out and planted stories that they knew once the assassination happened, these people would be calling in saying, hey, I interacted with this guy. Right. So the best example of that is Kerry Thornley with Marina went to go to Baton Rouge to look at an apartment. And when he's in there, the guy basically tells the whole story. I was in Russia and I'm a communist, and he had to explain what communism was. And he said, is this place secure? I got a rifle collection I don't want stolen. And then he made comments about Kennedy. Like he laid out the whole damn thing. And so obviously she called up after the assassination, was like, hey, Oswald came and did this, but it wasn't Oswald, could never have been Oswald, And then when you realize it was Kerry Thornley setting him up everywhere, like, oh, I see what they were doing here, and Kerry Thorney did that in a lot of places.
Are you aware of any sudden change of clothing or disguise being used in these scenarios?
Well, the clothing becomes important for a number of different reasons. So it's very important to note that on the day Oswald got arrested on the 22nd, he's wearing a white t-shirt and he's got like a brown kind of patterned long sleeve button-up shirt over it. Okay. So that becomes super important because when you look at a lot of the Oswald sightings that day, even within the book depository, that description goes right out the window. And you end up with like William Seymour. I don't believe Oswald worked at the book depository. I don't have any evidence Oswald was there. And I've even got a statement from the district attorney, Wade, that Oswald denied ever being in the building. So I believe the person who was actually working at the book depository impersonating Oswald was a man named William Seymour. I do have photographs of him in Dealey Plaza from the Robert Hughes film, and a man matching that exact description being stopped inside the building. And so when you start to look at some of the different things related to Oswald on the 22nd, you'll find that he's not wearing the clothes that he's supposed to be wearing, right? We have Oswald allegedly at the Top 10 record store buying tickets to the Dick Clark show when Oswald's supposed to be at work. Then we have Oswald later on at the Jiffy store where he buys Pico Brittle and beer. And the clerk was like, that's a weird combination. And so
brittle?
It's like a peanut brittle. It's like, okay. Yeah, it's some peanuts and like some caramel shit. It's like some old gross shit from the 50s. And so, yeah, so you got Oswald appearing all over the place, not wearing the clothing that he's supposed to be wearing, not even being at the book depository. So the clothing descriptors become very important, particularly because Oswald was supposed to have that dark brown shirt, but a lot of the witnesses saw him wearing a light brown garment, either a shirt or a jacket. And that becomes very problematic for people who believe that Oswald was ever at the book depository that day.
Yeah, this can work the other way around too. Like if you are the same person, but your clothes change, that can throw people off too.
Yeah, we don't really have an incident of that. The only incident we have of any kind of thing like that is, so allegedly Oswald flees from the book depository, goes to his boarding house, and he has to get his jacket and his gun, and then he goes to the movie theater. But the problem is that Oswald allegedly wore a jacket into the book depository, but why did he not take his jacket with him when he left? He specifically had to go there to get the jacket. Doesn't make any sense, right? So, but it was obviously Kerry Thornley, and that leads us right to the Tippit shooting, where Kerry Thornley was involved with the Tippit shooting, not Lee Harvey Oswald. Oswald was already in the theater by that point.
Now, what about carrying stuff, concealing stuff, hiding stuff on your person? Did this come up in any way?
Not really. So the only thing I can think of in regards to like concealing anything or stories of Oswald concealing stuff is Oswald allegedly walked in the book depository with the package containing he told Bill Frazier allegedly that it was curtain rods. But this is how he's supposed to have gotten the gun into the building that day. But that incident never actually happened. So, but that's the only real incident of anyone actually trying to conceal anything. It's a stupid story. Like once you come to understand,
they just lied about it happening.
Yeah, pretty much. So Bill Frazier is. You have to understand the context of the book depository, because the book depository, while not specifically a CIA front, number one, the CIA controls the textbook industry in this country. Like that's where the narrative starts, with propagandizing kids in school. Period. Like Macmillan and a whole bunch of the McGraw-Hill, all of these got CIA ties going back to their origins. So the Texas School Book Depository had 4 different publishers in it. The Scott Forsman Company, the Southwest Publishing Company, all of these are CIA textbook publishing companies, right? So you have to understand the people inside the building were probably just regular employees, not necessarily working for the CIA. This is a business that is entrenched in the Central Intelligence Agency. And so the guy who ran the Texas School Book Depository was a guy named Jack Kaysen. His name never comes up anywhere. He's never even on lists of people who are employed at the building. But he was the owner of the business, and he was the head. He was only there till 12:10 that morning, which is very important. But he was the head of the American Legion in Dallas, and the American Legion had members of the FBI, the CIA, the Defense Intelligence world, and I believe that's his inroad to this whole thing. That's Jack Kaysen's inroad to the conspiracy, his connections through the American Legion. But I forget my point. What was the question?
Oh, I was just asking about carrying, concealing things, but you didn't really have anything on that. How about shelter? Things like safe houses or where people were staying. Did that come up?
So there's some interesting. Yeah, there's a couple of places. So within the Daltex, which is the building across Houston Street from the book depository, you've got a number of people who were arrested out of that building, and all of them gave the excuse that they were going to the 3rd floor to use the phone. There's no phone on the 3rd floor, okay? So all these people who got caught and arrested gave the same reason they were there, to use the phone on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor contained what was called the Maryland Belt Company. In order to use the phone, you had to walk in through a double set of swivel doors, because it was like a manufacturing plant. And then the phone was like on the wall on the left. So that story that all 3 of them gave is bogus. It was either bogus and they were told to give that story, or the Maryland Belt Company was actually a safe house that they were supposed to go to if things got hot outside. You know what I mean? So one of the 2 things happened there. Then you have there's an alleged safe house that was run by Tammy True, who worked for Jack Ruby. That one is not really much information on. But allegedly it backed up to the other boarding house and was connected through an alley. So there's some shenanigans going on there. And then there was another house that was confirmed to have about a half a dozen of these like anti-Castro Cuban types living in. I think it was on Harlandale. And that house, the day of the assassination, everybody vacated and moved out. But I don't think that has any relevance whatsoever. I think they did a lot of stuff in Dallas that led false trails. Like the anti-Castro Cubans, people think had something to do with the assassination, had nothing to do with it. Zero, like not at all. It's a red herring. But it didn't change the fact that they had a bunch of Cubans in a house for about a week before the assassination. So I think they did things like that to throw off the trail. You know, they flew a lot of people into Dealey Plaza, into Dallas that week that shouldn't have been there. A bunch of mob guys, a bunch of French mobsters, all kinds of people were in Dallas that week that shouldn't have been.
Do you think those were real commies that happened to be have CIA ties or something like that, or were they just totally AstroTurf?
Oh, totally AstroTurf, yeah, for sure. So I'm completely of the belief that they flooded Dallas with all kinds of people to keep investigators kind of guessing. Because if the FBI is doing a research and they, figure out that there's a whole bunch of mafia people in Dealey Plaza, I mean, that's kind of sending a message, to either back off or whatever, which I think is what they did. They did the same thing in Mexico City. They sent a bunch of people named Oswald to Mexico City at the same time that our Oswald was supposed to be there. One of them was Naval Intelligence. His name was spelled OSSWALD. And the exact dates Oswald was alleged to have been in Mexico City, they sent this guy down there to hand out anti-communist flyers on college campuses. So what happens? The FBI figures this out and they go interview him. Now they got two Oswalds walking around Mexico City at the same time, right? So like, this is the kind of shit the CIA does.
Yeah, that's cool. That is a learning opportunity for me. Now, what were you saying about these two backed up boarding houses with the alleyway between them? What's going on there?
Yeah, so 1026 North Beckley is where Oswald allegedly lived, but he never lived there, okay? Ruth Payne told at least a half a dozen people Oswald lived with her and his wife. And then the story changed about a week after the assassination that he lived at these boarding houses. So the boarding houses are total red herrings in as far as, did Oswald ever stay at any of them? No, he never did. But this house that was allegedly, I hope I'm not mixing stories, owned by Tammy True, who was a dancer for Jack Ruby. Allegedly, she had some Cubans who were staying with her. And this building, if I'm not mistaken, connected to that 1026 North Beckley. It was only 2 or 3 houses down, and it connected through an alley. So there's all the CIA, like they have a vast real estate network. This becomes obvious in a lot of places. And Oak Cliff was one of them. There's actually in the Clayshaw documents a list of about 9 addresses in Oak Cliff, all within a couple blocks of each other, that Jim Garrison had confirmed were all connected to intelligence people. So they buy up chunks of real estate, so it's not that difficult for them to have 2 safe houses in the same spot.
Yeah, okay. Did hiding spots ever come up in your research? Hiding stuff, like objects?
No, actually not really.
Okay, how about drops?
Nope, nothing like that. Let me just comment on some of the objects and stuff. I'll talk real briefly about Oswald's personal possessions. So the 1026 North Beckley boarding house is where they get all the evidence against Oswald, but only around 250 pieces of evidence were actually collected from there by the Dallas police. All that stuff was taken by the FBI, and then when they returned it, there were over 450 pieces of evidence. So somehow 200 pieces of evidence mysteriously got injected into Oswald's personal belongings, and some of them actually were turned out to be like fake documents that the FBI had manufactured. Some weird stuff. Like, I don't personally have any of my tax documents from 20 years ago or even 10 years ago. It's like, who keeps that shit? But Oswald, believe it or not, allegedly had W-2s and tax documents going all the way back to like 1953 with him in his personal possessions. Like, nobody has that shit, period. But he did. And then John Armstrong did the research into these documents, and he found a lot of them were fakes, like straight up manufactured, not with Oswald's handwriting, and totally just contrary to everything that was collected. So they manufactured a lot of evidence against Oswald, including like money order for the rifle and all that stuff. Anything that's like, that's weird, is probably fake. So, but yeah, as far as items go, they faked a whole ton of stuff.
All right. Now, this one is something that unfortunately does not come up in the spy world as much as it does in the movies and the video games. But did anyone in your research ever have to physically sneak around, avoid being seen or heard?
Well, that's an interesting question. I can't think of an example where anyone had to sneak like that in particular. However, I will say, and this kind of includes the identity transfer stuff, Jack Ruby in particular, when you go through the film record, he got himself on television like 4 times over the weekend leading up to the shooting of Oswald. It's a little suspicious, don't you think, that he got on TV so many times?
Yes.
Well, when you dig into the Jack Ruby story, it turns out he had a nearly identical brother named Samuel Ruby. And so almost all of the official story stuff on Jack Ruby for where he was on the day of the assassination and throughout the weekend, most of those activities are not Jack Ruby. They were his brother Samuel, starting right after the assassination, actually before the assassination. So the official story is that Jack Ruby was at the Dallas Morning News, where he gets there about 11 o'clock and he stays there till about 1 o'clock. And he's just hanging around and he's talking to people, and there's no reason for him to really be there, but he's there for 2 hours. It's confirmable that there was someone using the name Jack Ruby who was in that office for 2 hours. The problem is the real Jack Ruby was out on the street doing stuff, being seen driving the green pickup truck. Then he was out on the street with a guy named Vanderslice who provided statements to the FBI. And ultimately what it turns out is that Jack Ruby ends up going to Galveston to do some stuff down there on that Saturday, the next day, before making it back Sunday evening before or Sunday early in the morning before he shoots Oswald. And all the images that you see of Jack Ruby in the Dallas Morning News or in the hallway at the police department or the midnight press conference, not a single one of those is Jack Ruby. That's Jack's brother, Samuel. So they did that intentionally so Jack Ruby could go to Galveston, because Jack going to Galveston is not in the official story, but he had to go because he had to bring someone back to their boat, and that was at the harbor. And so, yeah, you could say that everything Jack did that weekend was him sneaking around, while Samuel was back in Dallas, leaving very visible alibis for him.
What's the deal with the boat?
So there's a story involving a woman named Rose Sheremy. I don't know if you've ever seen the Kennedy JFK movie from Oliver Stone, but it's like the opening scene. They show this woman getting thrown out of a car. And basically, she tells everyone in the hospital that they're going to kill Kennedy. They're going to kill Kennedy. And everyone's like, yeah, you're crazy. And they throw her in like the mental bin in a straitjacket for the weekend. And then once Kennedy gets killed, they're like, oh, my God, she was right. So they call in the cavalry. Right. And then they do this big investigation. And it turns out that Rose Sheremy was actually left from New Orleans on her way to Dallas with two guys, Sergio Arcacha and Emilio Santana. And they will go on after they Oliver Stone's interpretation of what happened was wrong. She basically was a total bitch, and she got thrown out of the bar they were in, and they hit by a car. And then they end up going to Dallas to participate in the assassination, just like she told them. And but the whole reason that they were in that area was because they had to stop at Galveston first, because they were meeting this seaman who came in on a boat, and he was supposed to be bringing a bunch of heroin. And so they do a whole investigation into this guy. They never mentioned his name in the document. Turns out it's a guy named Andrew Blackman, who was an associate of David Ferrie, who was bringing heroin in. The proof for this lies in a whole bunch of documents that are in the David Ferrie file. But he comes in, and I believe he was the guy who was the railroad man who assisted the shooter up on the knoll, David Ferrie, because that's inner circle guys. He's the only guy in the cast of characters who's about 6'2", 6'3". And so all the pieces for me fell into place that the guy who came in on the boat was Andrew Blackman. And this also makes sense in regards to Jack Ruby having to bring him back to the boat, because Blackman gets back to his boat on Monday, and he's interrogated by everyone, the FBI and Secret Service, on Tuesday. And so that's why that boat story is important.
Okay, that's interesting. Now, do you know anything in your research about trashing stuff, having to get rid of something? Well, let's say evidence, for example.
Okay, so not in particular, and as far as any one particular item. Well, we can go into the magic bullet. The magic bullet is fake. So the magic bullet, allegedly this Carcano round that hit made 7 injuries in Kennedy and Connolly and all that stuff, and then it's found in pristine condition. That was an evidence swap. So that bullet that everyone sees and is called the magic bullet, which is basically undamaged, that's more of a prop, because the actual bullet that was found at the hospital was fired from an Enfield 303. It had a pointed tip on it, but it goes through the chain of command. And then years later, the FBI will send agents back to interview the two guys, Daryl Tomlinson and O.P. Wright, the two guys who found the bullet. FBI will interview them, and they'll be like, that's not the bullet. Right. And so the whole story about the magic bullet and whether or not it shot anybody has been the biggest red herring to the public that has ever been in Kennedy. And so that's one example of that. But other than that, I would say, as far as destruction of evidence goes, this is where the early life of Oswald comes in. The early life of Oswald, basically the vast majority of documents we need about Oswald's life, including all the Marine stuff, most of that is missing. Intentionally hidden by Naval Intelligence, Marine G2, Defense Intelligence Agency. All these different intelligence agencies knew that Oswald was part of some identity transfer operation growing up. So, but yeah, the documents are like the biggest, things that were outright destroyed.
All right. Now, I know that the Kennedy thing's your big obsession, and that happened in the mid 20th century, but you're also a cryptocurrency guy. So I'll try my luck here. Are you familiar with digital tradecraft in any way? Gizmos, technology, digital encryption?
Not so much, no.
Yeah, okay.
You have to give me 1 second. I got to let my dog out real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go on.
He's letting out the dog, folks.
Sorry about that. No, I'm not too familiar with any of the digital spy stuff of today.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's detour into cryptocurrency a little bit. Let's talk to us a bit about your cryptocurrency thing.
Well, I got involved with crypto back in 2015, 2016. And by 2018, I had made a ton of money and started my own crypto podcast business. I worked with all the big names in Bitcoin back in the day. And then I got flushed out in the big crash of like 19 or 20 or whenever it was. But recently we launched our own cryptocurrency project, actually, in July. We launched a token called Independent Media Token, which is basically a venture capital fund for independent media. So we're still in the early phases of that, but that's up and off the ground.
It's like a DAO?
No, it's a fund. It's like a VC fund for crypto. So we have a 1% tax on our transactions, which fills a fund, and then we distribute tokens to independent media projects. We've already funded about 20 different shows so far, and we've had a bunch of meetings at some much bigger shows, and we have a bunch of more meetings coming up. So yeah,
and then, so people are using the token for transactions, and then you're taking a transaction fee to fund independent media. So what kinds of transactions are you encouraging or marketing with the token?
Oh, it doesn't matter. We get a 1% off of everything that happens.
Okay. So what do you find people are using it for?
Just trading. Obviously, right now it's just trading. Most people think that. So once upon a time, when you go back and you come to understand the different phases of crypto, you have Bitcoin launches, and so then from there on out, for years, every project that came out was like a layer one. It was like a base layer, and most people just forked Bitcoin and changed it. That's where you get Litecoin and all this stuff. And then you had like Monero come out with ring signatures, which was interesting. Not as functional as they'd like, but it's still good. And then you have Ethereum comes out and kind of opened up the door to a million scams. So it's kind of unfortunate because I understand what Ethereum's concept was, but once the ability to launch tokens of your own came out and not have to have the investment in the infrastructure, a lot of people took advantage of that system and just launched a bunch of scams, And then you have like Solana came out in the last couple of years, which is like from an infrastructure perspective, probably the best blockchain there is, if you even want to call it a blockchain, because it really functions as like multiple blockchains at once, which is kind of interesting. So over the years, the space has changed a lot. And so once upon a time, people thought, well, this token has to function in a certain way for it to have some kind of value, or it has to have utility, right? Or it works as a gatekeeper to a certain product or something like that. But one thing I really realized over the years is that the single best implementation and use case for tokens is really more of a stock, or not something that necessarily does anything in particular other than like our project funds independent media through a 1% tax. People who get involved will see the benefit of that and want to support independent media, and therefore token price goes up, right? So that's how our system works. I believe it functions more of a stock than it does a utility, but that's just my opinion. But the future of the space is very interesting. There's a lot of new projects, like Aster that does like and Hemi that do and Hyper that do like on-chain trading, which is pretty interesting. There's a lot of new stuff coming out that's very interesting, but overall the market kind of sucks right now. Like it really does. The market is struggling to regain. Overall, yeah, it's struggling to regain where it was a year ago. So everything that happened in the last year is pretty much irrelevant, just got wiped out. And I anticipate the market's going to go a whole lot lower, which I think is great, because it's inevitable that Bitcoin's going to multi-millions. I mean, just from basically its basic use case alone, once more people really understand what it is, more people will buy into it. 90% of people buying crypto don't understand anything about it, what they do or anything. Yeah. They're basically just playing Las Vegas.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there's lots of speculation driven bubbles on top of the like long-term trend.
Right. So we launched our token
with your,
go ahead.
With your independent media token. Have you thought about like maybe using the token to monetize independent media distribution in some way, if you know what I mean?
Well, we've looked at all the different models of things like that, and when we looked at things that came out like the Ray token, what did Ray come out for? What was that platform? God, I can never remember what it's called. Rockfin. Okay, so Rockfin comes out, and they have their Ray token, and they were kind of doomed from the start because the only purpose of that token was to pay people who were putting on content. So it didn't benefit the average person. Like nobody out there was like, oh, this is going to go to the moon because it's paying a bunch of people. So if you create a token simply to pay people, like they did in Rockfin, it's a guaranteed failure. And then they came up with some like crazy halving that they didn't have to do. You know, there's no need to have the token cycle. And so they came out with that. And then that just destroyed everything. Now the token's dead and they switched to USDC. So those kind of models I find just are not self-sustaining. People need to see something bigger. And in this day and age with the overt censorship of independent media, there's a ton of people who just want to support independent media. And so that's where a lot of the people who have been buying our token are coming from, people who see the vision that we have, right? Okay. But we got a long ways to go. I mean, we have basically a 10-year plan, and we're only into it by 6 months. So,
okay, that's interesting. Well, speaking of payments, in your research with CIA Tradecraft, do payments come up in any way, or payment processing?
Well, there's obvious money flows. So there was a company called Permindex, and it was basically just a spook organization. It was like a subset of the CIA and the Mossad. And a lot of them, it is kind of it appears as though, I don't know how to say it because there's really not much proof of this, but when you kind of understand the hierarchy of the assassination, you can tell which factions within the assassination were responsible for money, right? And so Permindex clearly was a money funneling organization, and they funneled money through a company called Centre Mondial Commercial out of Montreal. And then where that money from Montreal went, who knows, right? We don't have any records of these people getting payoffs and stuff like that. As far as that goes, there's only rumor and speculation. But that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's pretty much it in as far as how any kind of money transfers would have worked within the assassination.
How about phone calls, phone networks?
This is an interesting one. So back in the day, phone numbers, instead of having like an area code and then like 3 digits and 4 digits, they had like a 2-letter. It was 2 letters and then 5 numbers, and the letters corresponded to numbers. But that's how they did it. So when you go through the records, you'll find a ton of phone numbers with that old extension. Most of them in the story have that old extension. And a lot of them in the files are listed as unidentified, which is pretty crazy to think they couldn't identify numbers even back then. But thank God for Google and AI today, because a lot of those old phone numbers are very easily traceable using modern technology. One of the biggest ones, so part of the story is David Ferry, who was one of the shooters, he used this alibi that he was in Houston at this ice skating rink. And when you look into that whole series of events, you'll find a document that shows the phone calls that were listed from the motel that they stayed at. All of them are identified except for one. Well, I ended up identifying that number. I ran it through Google, and it came back. It came up in an advertisement from like the late 50s or early 50s or early 60s for a place called the Gateway Swim and Skate. And so then when you dig into the Gateway Swim and Skate, that ends up opening up a whole another aspect of assassination research that no one had ever tackled before. And it was basically revealed through a simple phone number, that really should have been identified many years ago.
Oh, good job.
So that's the most interesting thing about the phone numbers, because there's a whole ton more. There is actually another, I got to dig this one up. There's about a 25-page document that has like fine print of all the phone numbers that were in the assassination from, Jack Ruby or David Ferry or somebody calling who. I need to revisit that greatly, because there is a ton of unidentified numbers in there that I never actually got into trying to identify. So hope I answered your question. Yeah, I guarantee I will. I guarantee. And so when you get people who aren't supposed to know each other, who are calling the same person, it's like, okay, you're both lying. You knew each other, right? So things like that become pretty obvious, especially with the relationships in New Orleans. Right, exactly. They didn't have any concept of metadata back in the day, like at all.
In their own way, they did.
Well, it's so funny because
didn't call it that.
So many of these guys and so many of the actions that they took, they literally thought would just disappear into history. Like none of these guys, none of the smartest guys of their day could envision something like the internet, where I could literally right now go and probably spend 2 weeks digging through data just on Alan Dulles and his life and his personal life and all that stuff that he would never think that anyone could ever know about him. You know, none of these guys could envision anything like that. And fortunately, the digital age has pretty much made it easier to debunk a lot of their stories. You know, who knows what we're going to have in 20 years?
Boomers or whatever, maybe even older than boomers, actually, given the time.
Yeah.
Because, like, I mean, shit, people still today do that. Like, it was like last month or something. It came out that you could just look it up on Google Insights or whatever, and see that like there were a bunch of searches being done from Israel related to the Charlie Kirk thing before it happened.
Yes.
So they're just a bunch of dumb boomers.
It is wild because like it seems like when you think you got all your bases covered, the internet got you somehow. You know.
I mean, all the fuck they had to do was use a VPN. Like how
I know, right?
To be misthought.
So like I think that them being this like elite intelligence agency is like total
whatever. Propaganda. Google's our friend anyway. Yeah, but they still they still show everyone the data. But all right, so what about other kinds of communications besides phone calls? Is that coming up? Anyone slipping up with other kinds of communications, written communications maybe, or anything else?
Not that I can think of offhand. We don't have any records of any like, you know, hidden messages that were found or nothing like that. So I have to think that back in the day, private messages probably were probably sent through newspaper classified ads and stuff like that.
Right.
Very basic stuff that anybody could, you know, any spook could go pick up a paper and go to the classified ad and see what code is written in there and knows what you got to do. I think that stuff probably happened a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. They do that stuff on the internet too now. There's all kinds of stuff like that, numbers, stations. Speaking of which, how about radio transmissions? Has that come up in your research?
Well, there's a lot of radio stuff that came up, but nothing in radio transmission specifically. But for some reason, I dug heavily into the radio stations like WSHO and WDSU in New Orleans because those had intelligence connections. And in doing so, I ended up stumbling across a radio history archive that told some like more personal history of some of these radio stations. Very interesting stuff, particularly surrounding WSHO, which is one of the phone calls that was made to New Orleans from the hotel next to the ice skating rink. And so one thing I kind of started to pick up on was that the CIA tried to buy a lot of radio stations, a whole bunch in the 50s and 60s. And I kind of at the same time came across a bunch of people who had private radio licenses. People in the story had private radio licenses issued to them, meaning they could get some kind of ham radio or something like that and be broadcasting it and be licensed to do so. I never understood that, but I kind of felt like that would be one hell of a way for people to communicate off the phone lines, you know, from hundreds of miles away. So it did pique my interest at that time. It's just something I never revisited.
Yeah, okay. Now let's talk about the financial side of things in a different way. Did you come up with in your research people having cover jobs or having to separate their intelligence payroll from whatever they were actually supposed to be doing for work?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, most certainly. One example I'll give you is that Jack Valenti is one of the most important people in the assassination story. He ends up he's just supposed to be just like an advertising executive in Houston, owning his own multi-million-dollar firm called Weekly and Valenti, which had actually handled Kennedy's 1960 campaign, Johnson's campaigns going back to before that, to like 56, I think. And so you have Jack Valenti, who is just supposed to be a friend of Lyndon Johnson, and he's an ad guy, period. That's supposed to be him. However, I have a document that showed when Valenti ends up taking the job on November 22nd as Lyndon Johnson's right-hand man in the White House, Walter Jenkins had sent a memo basically explaining that Johnson had to transfer several people who were employed in federal agencies over to the White House payroll. What the hell federal agency could Jack Valenti possibly be employed by while running a multi-million-dollar business in Houston? There's only one. There's only one, the CIA, right? So that document to me was like the icing on the cake that Jack Valenti was CIA, who definitely had a role in the assassination. And so other than that, I am convinced all of Oswald's jobs were front jobs. He gets back to, he works for Leslie Welding Company in the shipping department. Leslie Welding, the owner, had CIA connections. Then you go to Riley Coffee in New Orleans. Riley Coffee, not only was the owner former CIA, 4 of the guys who worked for Riley allegedly went to go work for NASA or Michaud or one of the other aerospace companies with no alleged background of working in aerospace. Why do they do that? These are front jobs, okay? These people are not aerospace techs. They're not baristas at a coffee shop. These are fake jobs that give these guys a paycheck, you know, and then they're off doing whatever other spy stuff. This pops up a lot. A lot of people with no background seemingly went to go work in aerospace right around the time of the assassination.
Former.
So,
that's one of my favorite words in intelligence. Former.
Yeah,
former.
right. So Kerry Thornley in particular, Kerry Thornley at the time of the assassination was working at allegedly at some cafe in New Orleans. I can't remember the name offhand, but he doesn't have an alibi for the day of the assassination, and he is working the next day on Saturday when the Secret Service and the FBI and everybody comes for him. The problem I have with his job is that he was clearly in Dallas setting up Oswald going back to like early October. And so I don't know if he was bouncing back and forth between Dallas and New Orleans, but his job gives him an alibi for the week leading up to the assassination at a time when I'm telling you the guy was in Dallas, not in New Orleans. So why is his job covering for him when he definitely wasn't there? That to me smells of an intelligence connection and another front job. Same thing with William Seymour, another guy involved in the assassination, and a company he allegedly worked at called Beach Welding in Miami. Beach Welding gives him alibis all through the month of October. And then at times when I can tell you with certainty, he was definitely in Dallas setting up Oswald at the gun range and a couple other places, pretending to be Oswald. And so you got Beach Welding covering for William Seymour, definitely. So that had to be some sort of front, right? I'm just convinced that the CIA has a huge network of people who can plug in employees and, you know, like the mafia with a no-show job. I think it's pretty much the same thing. Probably just going back to their CIA loyalties, you know?
Yeah, no, I mean, besides Seymour and Thornley, I mean, you were talking about Oswald's fake jobs. Which Oswald are we talking about? What about his sibling?
Well, that's a different story. That's a whole other conversation. That has no application post October of 59. If you're talking about the Oswald scheme, that appears to have ended in September 10th, 59, okay. Actually.
All right. Well, we're going to go to a break where robots are going to tell us jokes and other such entertaining things. And right after the break, you can call in if you want, PAZNIA.com/call2, where you can leave some messages in the chat and I'll read them to this guy. And we'll be back with Cory Hughes after this break.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The most spectacular treasure in history. Developed over decades by cypherpunks across different continents. It was finally completed by a mysterious cypherpunk named Satoshi, whose keys were hidden somewhere in the digital realm. But he left clues for us hidden in plain sight, waiting for us to find them before the CIA discovered the treasure and its potential.
Keeping this treasure out of the hands of the spooks, Michael, is your destiny.
You're Bitcoin investors, aren't you?
We're more like Bitcoin savers, actually.
All his life, Michael Saylor searched for a thermodynamically sound asset no one believed existed.
Don't you get it, Michael? The asset is a myth.
I refuse to believe that.
But what he thought was the final clue was only the beginning.
It's hidden in plain sight. It's in Satoshi's white paper.
You think Satoshi's keys are encoded in the white paper?
It's a cipher.
And how do you know that, exactly?
We don't...
Is the cipher in the room with us, right now?
But Michael Saylor isn't the only one who discovered the hidden treasure.
The CIA is working around the clock to crack the code. Hell, they might have already cracked it.
Now, he's in a race against time and against spooks to recover Satoshi's wallet before it's too late.
We have to get our hands on those keys and distribute Satoshi's coins to podcasters through fountain boosts before the CIA gets them.
The CIA gets them, and then what?
Everything Whitney Webb warned us about comes true.
Michael Saylor must unlock the secrets of game theory using first principles thinking and tap the Cyber Hornet brain trust of Bitcoin Twitter, group chats, and Bitcoin podcasts to save the world from being taken over by feds.
Try brute force. Tether is working with Langley. We might be too late.
Michael Saylor. National Treasure 3. Genesis Code.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
The following ad is presented by the Anti-Toxicity League, working tirelessly for a safer and less toxic world.
On January 20th, 2025, Elon Musk turned my life upside down when he did the Nazi salute in support of Donald Trump.
We had bought the Tesla because we wanted to virtue signal about the environment, and so that all our friends knew that we were liberals, not so that they would think we are Nazis.
If we had wanted to be Nazis, we would have bought a Volkswagen.
Now our friends have turned their backs on us. I was driving my Model 3 to Whole Foods yesterday, and my friend Clara flipped me off from her Nissan Leaf. The video cameras caught my husband's friend John rubbing his balls on the hood of the car.
Even though we have a Vote Democrat sticker on the bumper, people still think we are Nazis. We have tried so hard to not be Nazis, accepting our white privilege, virtue signaling for every possible cause on the left. Yet no matter how hard we have tried, our friends have turned on us because of our car.
It would seem that the only place we are accepted now is at Trump rallies and amongst the normal, uneducated Americans who don't have time to focus on irrelevant social causes.
We can't just change our friend group because of this. We don't want to hang out with people without college degrees, those who aren't focused on equality, those who refuse to state their pronouns, and conspiracy theorists who don't care about climate change.
That is why today, we are proud to say that we sold our Tesla because we aren't Nazis.
This decision proves that we don't support unelected officials auditing other unelected officials in the government.
It proves that we are willing to make brave decisions in the face of adversity in order to promote equity and inclusion in our communities. That we are willing to stand up against hate.
With this move, I hope that our friends will forgive us and the lady at Mimi's Cafe will stop spitting in my avocado toast.
Doing the right thing means that sometimes you have to stand out from the crowd and make hard decisions. Stand up against hate. Stand up for the government officials who have been laundering our tax dollars for a better world. Stand up for climate change, for the right to take your children to Drag Queen Story Hour. But more importantly, choose to be brave and to sell your Tesla.
My name is Fred Smith.
And my name is Janet Smith Schuster.
And we are choosing to stand up against hate.
Carl Watner, longtime proponent of a voluntary society, died last December. You may have seen his articles published on his website, voluntarist.com, in his newsletter, The Voluntarist, the Mises Institute, or elsewhere over the last 40 years. His newest book, I Must Speak Out, Volume 2, The Best of the Voluntarist, is now available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. This 430-page second volume spans the years of 2000 through 2020 and includes articles by Carl Watner, Hans Hermann Hoppe, Karl Hess, Benjamin Tucker, George H. Smith, Lysander Spooner, Pete Eyre, Joyce Brand, and many others. I Must Speak Out is for the newly initiated, the veteran voluntarist, or anywhere in between. Buy the book now at libertyunderattack.com/voluntarist. For more great content on building a voluntary society and for Carl's extensive archives, check out voluntarist.com.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
Hey Ray, how's it going? I hope you like the robot jokes. I got a comment. I don't know how relevant it is. Like, what, were you going to say something about robot jokes, Clay?
No. I just caught the reference to Satoshi in there. Satoshi's Nick Szabo, if people haven't figured it out yet.
You
Not
think
the
it's
CIA.
Szabo?
100%. There was only 3 people in the world that ever could have been: Y. Day, Hal Finney, and Nick Szabo, and 2 of them are dead. And even Y. Day said the only people in the world that could have done this were me and Nick Szabo. So it's definitely Nick. He's the only person who never turned over his communications with Satoshi, because there aren't any. So all the evidence in the world is there. So
I always kind of thought it was Adam Beck.
No, he created the proof of work algorithm, and the proof of work algorithm was mentioned in the white paper. But you got to remember, this all goes back to that cipher.
Too. He applied
this all goes back to the cypherpunk mailing list. But it was Szabo's bit gold, which was actually the direct precursor. So
I see. So we have a comment. I don't know how relevant it is, but I'll read it for you anyway, because I like this guy. He says, "Hi, I have interest in making DIY explosives. Please buy 3D printers, everyone. How do I spot Fed posting?" Yeah, do you have any thoughts on that, Cory?
I don't.
Was there Fed posting in the 60s?
You know something? Operation Mockingbird. I guess all media was Fed posting.
Now that I got my DIY explosives, is there any narrative about the world that is totally fake? I mean, like flat Earth, moon landing, or Yetis. How much
I think
secret
everything
space
is
stuff
fake.
is going on? And how much is manned? Are they on Mars? This is an actual question. Thank you.
I don't know. I learned not to step out of my lane a long time ago.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's happened. There's a certain point where you become humbled by how many things you're wrong about.
Yes, yeah. Like honestly, like aliens could land on the White House lawn tomorrow, and I don't have the emotional or mental energy to give a fuck. You know,
I wouldn't even believe they were aliens. That's for damn sure. Does anyone want to call? I feel like there's someone in the room skulking around. I don't know if they want to talk to you. But if anyone wants to call in, they can call. PAZNIA.com/call2. You can talk to this beautiful, handsome boy, Cory Hughes. He's the number one boy, top boy. But in the meantime, I'll be continuing to bother him to try and extract. And I think we've been doing a good job where you clearly have some sort of monomania about the JFK assassination. I think we've actually been doing a good job learning from it. I feel like I've learned a couple practical things from it already.
Well, here's my problem with Kennedy research in general is that we have 5 million pages of documents, probably 4.5 million pages are junk. And out of the remaining 500,000 that aren't junk, all the goods are there. Like all the answers are there. Like we don't need any more documents. All the good stuff is there. Like, trust me, it's all there. It's all in my book. I explain the whole assassination based on the documents that we already have. And so that's my biggest point of frustration with the whole Kennedy world. Like this thing could have been solved like in the 70s. You know,
that's true.
Hell,
for any
Jim Garrison came really close.
Practically.
Jim Garrison came really close to solving this in 67 and 68. I mean, he had a very good idea of what happened. He just didn't have the proof, couldn't link things like we can today, you know?
Yeah, that's how it usually is. Yeah. Okay. How about this? Do you have anything in your research popping up of like a CIA asset needing to acquire goods that may look shady? So having to acquire goods.
So we have a couple of instances of the one that jumps to mind really is comes from a book by a mobster called Frank the Irishman Sheeran. And he basically wrote a book called I Heard You Paint Houses. I Heard You Paint Houses was mob speak for I heard you are a hitman. I heard you kill people. And so in that book, he describes going to meet with Tony Provenzano, who was like Tony Pro, who was like a big mob guy up in Jersey. And he tells him, I need you to go and meet with this guy and pick up this duffel bag. And then he takes the duffel bag and he goes and drives it to Baltimore. And there he meets with David Ferry and turns over this duffel bag that Sheeran says, hey, I was in the Army. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know I had 3 rifles in a bag. And so that bag gets picked up by David Ferry in Baltimore before the assassination. I believe these were 3 of the rifles used in Dealey Plaza. A Mauser was found on the roof of the depository. A Mauser was found inside the depository. And I believe one of the other shooters got arrested in Dealey Plaza and they took off him the 3rd Mauser. So that is like the first one that really comes to mind. I know there's some other shenanigans with the rest of the weapons allegedly used, like the weapon allegedly used by Oswald, the rifle. Like he never ordered that rifle. The rifle was ordered with a fake money order. We know it's fake because it's got ink bleed through on it when real money orders of that era were done on card stock. And we don't have the original money order. All we have are alleged photocopies of it, right? So all of the weapon stuff surrounding Oswald, that's all fake too. They said that it was a fake trail to him. But those are really the only examples that come to mind.
Oh, okay. Now this has come up a few times already. Are there any other ways you can think of where CIA businesses, cutouts, or investments come up?
Well, the CIA definitely hides a lot of their activities through what appears legitimate businesses. Like I know for a while the CIA opened up a bunch of paint stores and paint shipping companies, obviously so they could smuggle stuff in the paint. Does this come up in the assassination at all? Hard to say, really. Guy Bannister ran an alleged private detective agency, and that was allegedly 544 Camp Street, and that was allegedly his business. However, he never really had any private investigation business at all. Virtually 100% of his business came from FBI and intelligence sources, CIA, naval intelligence, stuff like that. So that could kind of be considered, that can kind of be one example. But offhand, and the Trade Mart, of course, Clay Shaw worked as the head of the International Trade Mart. Now, the Trade Mart was supposed to be basically like an organization that fostered trade around the world. And there was a couple of them. Kennedy was on his way to speak at the Trade Mart in Dallas, owned by the same people, when he got killed. So, but the Trade Mart was really just a cover for CIA international dealings. I'm sure they did all kinds of money transfers and stuff like that. But as far as like actual known business, they're really not known to have conducted any at all.
Now, one of the most important things when it comes to hiding stuff is shutting the fuck up, the need to know basis. Now, where would you say they notably did well or poorly? Yeah.
I think they did pretty well. I mean, it's 60 years after the assassination, and we don't really have any concrete statements that anyone actually made. David Ferry made the most egregious statements of all. If you want to link anyone, and if you want to blame anyone for running their mouth, like David Ferry had a party in September, mid-September, and a guy named Perry Russo was there. And Perry Russo told Jim Garrison that the whole meeting was about how to kill Kennedy and how to use triangulation of crossfire and how everyone has to have an alibi, right? And so this all came out in the 1967 trial of Clay Shaw in New Orleans. So the plotters themselves, David Ferry in particular, ran his mouth around people he probably shouldn't have been running his mouth around, But other than that, you got a lot of people. You have a lot of people who like gave alibis, and their alibis are just completely worthless or they've been debunked, right? So you have a lot of people lying about where they were, so you can kind of figure out who was involved on some level by the lies they told, But and as far as like intimate details getting out, some of the best stuff came from like Thomas Beckham, who was like a CIA/mafia courier. They would send him places with money and documents or whatever. He basically testified to the HSCA, the House Committee on Assassinations in the 70s, that he had gone to a meeting with Vincent Marcello, Carlos Marcello's brother, and a couple other people, where they gave him some documents and money where he had to go deliver it to a Mr. Howard in Dallas. And Mr. Howard being Lawrence Howard, who I placed as one of the shooters on the 6th floor. And he tells a very vivid story about meeting Mr. Howard, giving him the money and the documents, and Howard like freaking out, thinking like this isn't enough, And so stuff like that, to me, that's probably one of the most damning confessions we've gotten from anybody, because it makes perfect sense and it lines up with the known characters who are already in the storyline. So it connects a whole bunch of dots. But there was never really anybody who like spilled the beans. You get some people like Johnson allegedly had some mistress, and allegedly she told about how they went to a party the night before where they planned to kill Kennedy. They had like J. Edgar Hoover and a whole bunch of people at the Murchison Mansion. That shit never happened. That's all lies. So you do got a lot of people coming up and spilling the beans on stuff that was definitely false. There's a bunch of people who came forward as shooters. Oh, I was a shooter. No, you weren't. Right. So you got a lot of that stuff too.
I take it at least some of that is like disinfo by the CIA.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Like the guy, like there's one person in Dealey Plaza who's like pumping an umbrella, somebody allegedly came forward and claimed to be that guy, but his story makes no sense at all. And I actually identified that guy, so he was totally lying. So they definitely sent people forth to give statements to claim to be certain people who they definitely were not.
Now, another really important thing that's just fucking the bread and butter of privacy is compartmentalization. Stop keeping things from being unlinked from each other. It could be different aliases, traveling different circles of people, etc. How's this come up for you in your research?
Can you repeat the question?
I don't know. Give me some bullshit about compartmentalization, like through, let's say, the same person trying to be different people with different aliases.
Well, I think the compartmentalization thing in this case is a little tough. Even though the way I see it, you have a couple of different shooting teams. So most of the shooters come out of this New Orleans clique, right? And so there's not much compartmentalization there because they're all they all have to plan out what they're doing in Dealey Plaza, et cetera. So the Butch Repository and the Knoll area fall under this. But you had some guys from Chicago. You had Dave Yaris from Chicago. Robert Bernard Baker and Lenny Patrick were in Dealey Plaza. You got a bunch of people who were not connected to that New Orleans crew. So they had to have been informed on some level of what the other crew was doing, right? So, and as far as compartmentalization, I haven't really come across that much. I think I've come across that more in the story of Oswald, the life story of Oswald, because they had to compartmentalize. If you're going to raise two children under the same name, you're going to have some level of compartmentalization keeping them apart. But often I found that compartmentalization broke down, particularly when it came to a couple employers back in 1956. There was some breakdown of the compartmentalization there. But overall, I haven't been able to really see any overt compartmentalization. But I will say, the guys, go ahead.
Are you hinting there that these two Oswalds didn't even know who they were?
Well, there's an argument to be made that they did know, and I can give you a couple examples. So for me, the biggest example that they knew each other 100% and then were in on this coordinated scheme was Oswald allegedly gets arrested when he's in New York in 1953 for being a truant from school, and he's allegedly sent to this place called Youth House. And there's all kinds of contradiction over the dates on when he got arrested. And I can show that he was at Youth House before he actually got arrested 2 weeks later, which is crazy. But he speaks to a guy named Milton Kurian. And Milton Kurian is talking to this kid, and the descriptions he gave or not. He gives a description of a kid who's about 4'8" and kind of gaunt and skinny. Whereas we have records showing the real Oswald was 5'4" and about 130 pounds. But anyway, Milton Kurian says that Oswald made a statement to him that, because part of the issue with Oswald in tracking his original school records is if Oswald A was going here, where did Oswald B go, right? So there's some confusion over some of the schooling. And so Oswald tells Milton Kurian, he said that oftentimes when we got to a new community, knowing that I would ditch school, my brother would go in my stead, and that made it more impossible for me to go to school. Okay, so you have clearly an awareness that the person going to school in his place was his brother. That's one instance that I think pretty much wraps it up for me that they knew each other. Also, you have an incident in 1956 where Oswald is working for a company called Tujagues, and his manager is a guy named Frank DiBenedetto. And there's another, it was like a shipping import-export company. It was on the docks. And Oswald was a runner, and he had to run documents like customs documents to the customs office and stuff like that. Well, there is another shipping company like that called J.R. Michel's in New Orleans. And so when you dissect the records, it looks as though, despite the dates not having been overlapping, you have what seems to be Oswald working for both of these companies at the exact same time, when that's impossible. And the two guys who ran the two different shipping companies knew each other, and they said it's just not possible that Oswald was working for both of us at the same time, when we have a clear record that he did, right? So just the fact that they were in such close proximity to each other daily, working for these companies, John Armstrong, another researcher who kind of focused on this area, he concluded they knew each other based on the fact that it would have been impossible for them to not interact, both working for these shipping companies. So, yeah, it's really strange, but I would say they absolutely knew who each other were, which kind of debunks the long-standing argument that, see, Armstrong had a theory that one of these kids spoke fluent Russian, was plucked from like an Eastern Bloc country, raised in America, to be sent back to Russia as a spy. That was the long-standing theory on why they would even do this in the first place. But based on like the information I just gave you, the fact they knew each other, there's no indication that Oswald had any kind of Russian accent or anything like that growing up.
Makes it sound like the spy in Russia thing is like cover to stop people from realizing that they were planning to do ops domestically.
Well, I kind of feel like the entire purpose of this operation in the first place was like a pre-Cold War early experiment on raising a duplicate to get him in the Soviet Union. And I think that's what happened. He obviously goes to the Soviet Union, so the plot came to fruition, right? To me, the result of the plot is, justifies all the stuff that led up to it. And so, yeah, I think that he was just sent to the Soviet Union just to, like, when you look at the false defector program, none of those people did anything. They just went there. And so what did the Russians do? The Russians had to dedicate how many people to watching these guys 24 hours a day for years. They spent I don't even know how much money they spent, hundreds of thousands of rubles or whatever the equivalent would have been back in the day, just to watch these people who were doing absolutely nothing, right? Like getting them to burn their resources and spin their gears. I think
you
that's
think
what
it's
the
a
whole
war of
purpose.
attrition thing?
Yeah, I think that's what the whole false defector program was. Because I haven't gotten to do my intense study on Russia yet. I have to finish my next book, and then I'm going to move on to Russia, which I'll probably spend a year just going over the documents. But unless there's some other weird shenanigans going on in Russia, then I think he probably just went there to do nothing and get them to wonder why he's there, right? Because he started to try to come back within like 6 months. He's there for like 6 months, and he's already started writing letters to the State Department saying, get me the hell out of here. So all that stuff about turning in his paperwork and wanting to become a Russian citizen, like that, none of that ever happened. And it was all recanted pretty much by the time they gave him his work papers in Minsk. So yeah, the whole Russia thing I'm very interested in. My Russia's still a mystery because I do have some conflicting information on Oswald. There's just pictures of Oswald that just don't look quite right from over there. There's one picture of him and Marina standing on a bridge. Now, Oswald, on his paperwork, when he gets out of the Marines, he's 5'11". When he's arrested on November 22nd, he's only 5'9". And this picture of Oswald in the Soviet Union with Marina, she's only like 5'1" or 2, and he's only like an inch taller than her in this picture. So it's like, what is going on here? Somebody's lying about something, right? Somebody's not who they say they are. And so I'm interested to see how that unfolds. But yeah, there's some major questions with some of the photographic record of Russia.
Now, what do you have to say on CIA recruiting, networking, finding people, finding assets? You know anything about that?
Well, I think it was different back in the day as compared to today. Today, I don't know how they get people today. I really don't. Back in the day, though, I'll tell you, I'm convinced Kerry Thornley got recruited into the CIA as a junior in high school when he won what's called the Voice of Democracy contest. So Kerry Thornley was a straight up nerd, teacher's pet type all through high school. This guy would like enter science fairs and just like beat everybody. He would enter debate contests and beat everybody. And then he does the Voice of Democracy contest, which anything with the word democracy in it is a CIA project. Sorry. It's just how it is. Like no one else talks about democracy unless you're CIA. So I'm convinced he got picked up there because he ends up going through, this is where it gets interesting with Kerry Thornley. He ends up joining the Marines, allegedly in the reserves, but he goes through full active duty basic training and individual combat training over the summer between his junior and senior years. So I don't know what he was doing during his actual time in school. I don't know. I mean, the guy honestly might have just dropped out and got his GED and went right into the Marines, because I have a Marine record starting in September 56 at a time when he's supposed to be in high school for his senior year. And he tells the Warren Commission and he tells everybody, the Jim Garrison trial, he tells everyone he didn't join the Marines until September of 68 or 58. I'm sorry, 58. And so that information is all wrong. I found his actual duty roster, and that guy went through some intense training for 2 years before he even ever got to the point where he said it was his joining date, right? So all of his reserve stuff was not reserve. It was actual full-on Marines. He went through amphibious assault training at some point, because as soon as he gets to Atsugi, he went and did a huge amphibious assault drill called Operation Strongback. And then I found pictures of him at Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi, taking an aircraft electronics course. And he graduated that in December of 1957. Okay, December of 57, he just finished going through the same courses Oswald went through when Oswald was in the Marines at Biloxi. Okay, so and then he goes to Atsugi right after that, and he's in Oswald's unit. So what did they do? So it seems like he joins the Marines. He goes through his amphibious assault training at some time when he's supposed to be in high school. And then from there, they put him on the same exact track that Oswald was on, including sending him to Atsugi to be in the same unit. He gets to Atsugi and he starts to do his own investigation into Oswald. He starts asking people about Oswald. He's taking pictures, and he uses an alias of Rick Thornley. Okay, all this is suspect. And I'm convinced it all started when he was back in high school. So how many other people got recruited out of high school back in the day? I'm assuming a lot.
Yeah, I hear about Ivy League a lot. People get scouted there a lot, but yeah, high school is kind of weird. Maybe they used to do that more.
They probably did. It probably doesn't go over so well anymore, especially after things like Watergate, where the CIA gets a bad rep, you know?
Well, I know you got to leave soon. Is there anything else you wanted to touch on before you go?
Nope. I think we touched on a lot of good stuff. And if anyone's interested in what happened during the assassination, my book is called A Warning from History. Second edition will be out probably about a year from now. I'm going to start working on that soon. And my podcast is Cory Hughes Bloody History.
Cool. And what about where people can follow your token there?
Independentmediatoken.com is our website. We have a Telegram and an X also. So yeah, people's interest in that would be phenomenal.
All right. Well, thank you, Cory, for joining us. You're an illustrious guest on a extremely elite show. Where only the greatest VIPs are seen, and you're one of the greatest of the greatest.
I appreciate your time, for sure.
Your time. And we'll let you go to your other pursuits.
All right. You guys have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Have a good night. All right, everybody. How'd you like that? There's an interview at the start. And I see as the interview happened, a couple more coconuts have fallen from the Xmas tree. So we're in good shape. We drink the water from the coconut. We got electrolytes. Somebody has sacrificed the water to me in a ritual bowl because I'm a wraith with no hands. So anyway, let's reorient ourselves. Let's meditate. Let's pause for 10 seconds. Think about what you're about to do before you do it. Are you about to do a school shooting? Don't do that. Just say no. That's what this show is all about. We are definitely going to need overdrive today. It's not even a question. I might even go to 3 hours or something, folks, because we have a lot of shit after that extra long interview. This is the Vonu Life Resurrection Special. Okay, you might have heard there's this thing out as of last week called Vonu Life 25. What the fuck, Vonu Life 25? Is it the 25th in a series of 25 things? No, it's just a poorly named thing that came out in 2025. There is no apostrophe before the 25, but rest assured, it's there if you look with your mind's eye. This is the Vonu Life edition for 2025, which is the first edition since, I think, 1974, when Rayo 1 rather, died of AIDS and transferred his soul to Rayo 2 in an underground cave or whatever. Anyway, yeah, so you can go to libertyunderattack.com and check out Vonu Life 25 and buy it and tell them Thane sent you, because I don't know, will they give me a commission for that? I don't know, maybe. Tell them anyway. And don't forget that my stuff is in there. My stuff makes up 40% of the word count. No fucking joke. I wrote like, I can't even remember now. What was it like? Fuck, I forgot the word count. Anyway, it's 40% of it. It's good for you, okay? You want this. It's got stuff in it. Some practical stuff and some fun stuff. And I've got 2 submissions in there. And we're going to talk about all that crap today. Tell them Thane Riddle sent you, boss. Yeah. Why are you there? Anyway. So... our down-to-earth section and our building the second realm section today will just be selected shit from Vonu Life 2025 that we're not like reading it or anything, but just giving you an idea of what the hell's in there. Our guest today was Cory Hughes. You've already seen it. The show's backwards. You already saw that. The call-ins have already started. I'll beg you to call in again later, and I'll read all the other stuff in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat later. Go fuck yourself. Say more stuff there. Call in. PAZNIA.com/call too. But let's not forget, out of all the shit that we have to cover today, we have to cover double the news, because there's news last week and news this week because we didn't do a fucking show last week because the snow fell on Veritas PAZNIA at a time when all the Thanksgiving turkeys had just been slaughtered. And it turned out that these giant Thanksgiving turkeys that were created using electroculture and copper wires and all sorts of shit, magnet they sell infomercial magnet bracelets that will make your dick hard or whatever, and they put that on the turkeys. The turkeys were so big that the turkey house was stuffed full. So when all the turkeys were slaughtered for Thanksgiving, the integrity of the turkey house on which the antenna was mounted was compromised, and then the snow was just the straw that broke the turkey's back. So we could not proceed with the show last week. So now you get to hear last week's news. Last week's news, the top headline from last week is that Vonu Life 25 is out on libertyunderattack.com. Tell them Thane sent you. But besides that, let's look at digital news from last week. This thing called Money Dev Kit came to my attention, moneydevkit.com. 2% fee for Lightning transactions. What is that? Some centralized shit? I don't even remember. I didn't write proper notes because I thought I was going to be reading this. libertyunderattack.com/VL25 is the short URL. I'm glad that we have that. libertyunderattack.com/VL25 for Vonu Life 25. Tell them Thane sent you, boys. Yeah. Nunchuck, autonomous, non-KYC inheritance failsafe came out. There's this company called Nunchuck, and they got some sort of new autonomous non-KYC inheritance failsafe. Honestly, it's not fresh in my mind, but something to do with multi-sig wallets, and it's an inheritance failsafe. Oh yeah, I think they use time locks, or something like that, so that if you die and the company dies, it's all good, because there's a time lock that expires, so it goes to your beneficiary or whatever, executor. Digital news from last week. I wanted to just say a quick word on sessions e-begging. So you may have heard it mentioned a few times. If you go to vonupodcast.com/CD, you can find my session ID as well as a simple X address, because I kind of like session the best overall. It's probably the most private instant messaging thing that people actually use that's actually polished. So I like it, and in many ways it's my favorite, though Simple X does have certain, there is a certain trade-off or whatever. And let's be honest, both of them suck. That's how it's always been. Everything sucks. But so yeah, Sessions, a good software, but so in this recent version, they have this e-begging pop up that comes up. Oh, please donate. And it's got it's a picture of a fucking flower, and they're like, big tech is attacking privacy, blah, blah, donate to us. I just want to say, don't donate to Session, to the Oxen Foundation. These faggots. Session's great software. It's the best thing we have in a world of shitty options. But the underlying network, the Oxen protocol, which used to be called LokiNet or whatever, was this beautiful idea, an amazing project with so much potential that they have just completely crushed. They've completely gutted it and replaced it with an ERC20 token. And before they did all that, they restructured like coin token, what's the word I'm looking for? Token distribution. So that basically huge portion of the tokens just goes to them. So it seemed to me like, and they weren't, and during that same span of time, last few years, they haven't made Session better, like in almost any way. They've done almost no improvements to Session, which is now their flagship program, because even though it's a much bigger project than that, or it used to be. So they've clearly made a bunch of money unscrupulously off this project while destroying it in the process. And now they're e-begging on top of that and trying to like trick ignorant people. That's how it feels to me. Like they're trying to trick people who don't know into thinking there's some sort of plucky little underdog project that, well, we need donations. Come on, everybody. Please don't donate to the Oxen Foundation. Tell those faggots to go fuck themselves. I look forward to having something better than Session one day, but just use it. Just take from them. Don't give things to them. In whoopsie doodle news from last week. Yeah, that's right. We got 2 whoopsie doodle items somehow. There was a fire in Hong Kong. You should watch out. You should watch out for that. There was a fire in Hong Kong 2 weeks ago. You should be careful. It's funny. Hong Kong it always makes it to the top of the economic freedom indices, or whatever, close to the top, because those guys, neither the Cato Institute nor the Heritage Foundation takes into account crony capitalism in any way, and they only care about like direct state regulation. They don't care about indirect market distortion through crony corporations, and that's why Hong Kong and Singapore are at the top. If they factored that in, they'd be knocked down a peg. Probably Switzerland would be number 1. But Hong Kong has a pretty free market in many ways, but something that is not a free market in Hong Kong is real estate. Real estate's totally fucked in Hong Kong. You got to shell out a lot for a coffin apartment, and I'm not shocked that they were using like flammable insulation the same way that they almost would in like a poor people, like a project housing made by the government or something. So it's kind of funny, that sort of horseshoe effect, so to speak, that can happen, where like it's not really a horseshoe effect exactly, but like big corporations can produce results that are almost similar to like a welfare state, it turns out, at least in terms of flammable insulation. So watch out for that, everybody. If you're living in Hong Kong, try not to take a hammer to the wall and see if there's a styrofoam in the wall before you rent an apartment. The Airbus A320 airplane was sort of recalled for like a firmware update for last week. And they said something that was kind of funny about, because there was a problem with, I want to say, a flight computer, because solar radiation was hitting it in such a way that it nosedived mid-flight, and they were worried that it could happen to any Airbus A320. So they called them in for a little firmware update. And it made me wonder because it's funny that they said solar radiation caused this. And this is, even though no one's talking about it, you've heard me talk about how this has been kind of a historic time for solar radiation. So it almost makes me think like the real story there maybe was that solar radiation made plane almost crash. But they didn't want to say that, or just maybe they just didn't think of it that way themselves or something. I don't know. Maybe it's just an honest mistake. Small time thugs news from last week. There was a crypto robbery in BC last year that I think more details came to light or something, and that's why it's here. Because we always like to shame people who get robbed of their crypto, and this one's a dark one. I hope you like dark jokes here. I hope you like dark jokes that aren't even jokes. It's just making fun of a family for something really horrible happening to them. So because Daddy was vocal on Twitter about having crypto investments, here's what happened to Daddy's family. Somebody came to the door pretending to be a postman, which is a common trick. Private investigators use it. Lots of people pretend to be mailman. So don't just think anyone at the door is a mailman, because and by the way, don't do that. So you should never answer the door. How about that? But anyway, mailman says he needs, I don't know, postage, COD or something. He's like Longmont Potion Castle. We need COD on this. It's a shipment of putty. And daughter, the virginal daughter, answers, and she's like, "Oh, I'll get my dad." So she goes to get her dad, and apparently doesn't close and lock the door when she does that. And she goes to get her dad, and apparently doesn't close and lock the door when she does that. And so mailman and 3 other guys come into the house, and they hold this family for the next 13 hours, torturing them, raping the guy's wife, raping his daughter. He gets waterboarded, and he and his wife's crypto wallets are totally given up. These guys get over 2 million Canadian dollars. So whatever, 1 point something US dollars worth of whatever shit coins or something. Or Bitcoin. Anyway, so there's a funny story. Don't be vocal on Twitter. How about that for a start? Don't use KYC exchanges, et cetera, et cetera. And then another small time thugs one. It's another crypto robbery. Last week there was a crypto robbery in Bangkok. See if I can even remember this fucking story. I think he was a guy from South Korea in Bangkok who he was shit, man. He was picked up by somebody. He maybe could get like an Uber or something. I don't know. Man, I can't even remember this fucking story. But he was taken to a parking garage, and they didn't get $2 million off him, but I think they did okay for themselves. Some guy got robbed when he was on vacation in Bangkok. I can't remember why. Sorry, but just assume that he did something you shouldn't do, and then don't do that. Hold on a sec. All right. Crackdowns and psyops from last week. Hey, you remember that whole 9/11 thing? That one big stupid false flag attack that made about as much sense as a slapstick gag from Looney Tunes? Of course you remember. But how about all that shit that justified by 9/11? All those super nasty Orwellian things the surveillance state wanted to do from the beginning. And that's the whole reason they manufactured the emergency, right? What's that you say? You think they already did all that Orwellian stuff that was justified by 9/11? Like federally socializing airport security and body scanners and cranking up funding to internet surveillance projects that already existed anyway? Yes, they did do all that. But let's not forget that there's even more 9/11 bullshit they mandated almost 25 years ago, but they only now are getting ready to roll out because it's the government. So they take a really long time and they go over budget. Yes, one such project was the whole Real ID thing, but that's not what I'm talking about this time. This time, I'm talking about biometric identification of folks coming to or leaving America. Yeah, that's right. Last week, the U.S. feds announced a very big project to push even more biometric scanning and bludgy checkpoints, both in airports and at border crossings. Those faggot face scanners they have at the airports, and they let folks say no to it, but almost none of those sheeple do anyway. Well, now non-U.S. citizens won't be allowed to say no at all. And the faggot facial scanners are coming to all bludgy border checkpoints, not only airports. They'll now have to scan all non-U.S. citizens' faces going in or out of the country by land, sea, or air. By the way, here's a pro tip. That means if you come to the bludgy checkpoint and then say no to the scan, they won't even let you turn around and leave the country. They'll throw you in a so-called detention facility and book you a hearing with an immigration judge. They already do that with fingerprints, and now they'll do it with a face scan too. Oh yeah, there's some National Guard attack psyop. You might have heard about last week, blah, blah, blah. Immigration. Everyone should be really excited about immigration and whether do you want people with dark skin to come into the country or do you not want to? You have to pick one and you have to feel really strongly about it. But whatever it is, you have to think that the state needs to manage it. That's the bottom line. Are the National Guard guys, the guy who supposedly killed them was like a hardcore US he's from Afghanistan. They brought a bunch of people in Operation Allies Welcome or something because there was a bunch of people in Afghanistan that sold out their own people and worked with the military that was occupying their country against their own people. So, and then the US decided to be like psych and pull the rug out under people in Afghanistan and be like, well, we're leaving, bye. And now the Taliban's going to like kill you all. So they did this little thing last minute, Operation Allies Welcome, where, oh, whoops, sorry. If you can make it here, then we'll do some formal immigration process for you. Sorry about that. And so this guy was part of the, I think they called them Zero. What'd they call them? Zero. It's kind of like being a Terran ghost in StarCraft. I don't know. They were zero something, zero agents or something cool like that. They were like the top 1% Afghani military guys. So they're like special forces kind of, and super loyal to the US. Never, I don't think ever once did a zero agent or whatever the fuck they called them like defect on the US. And that's what this guy was. So does that mean, and also who knows, maybe the National Guard guys aren't even fucking dead. What the hell do I know? I didn't look into this crap. I don't give a shit. But so it could have been totally faked, but I don't give a shit. But anyway, yeah, does that mean that this was a false flag attack just because that guy seems like 100% the exact kind of person who would do such a false flag attack? Maybe it could mean that, but to be fair, they actually did kind of piss off a lot of people who were in that zero whatever program, because they were working with the CIA, and like the CIA has been like denying that they ever worked with them and stuff like that for reasons of, secrecy. And and also they don't speak the language and blah, blah. So I think a lot of those guys feel abandoned and were kind of pissed off, and they are pretty capable. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that one of them would be actually pissed off and do something about that, even though they didn't do it in Afghanistan. But whatever, who cares? If you like anarchy so much, why don't you move to Somalia? Well, I say bring the Somalians on over to Minneapolis, or should I say Somaliapolis? Don't forget, Somalians kind of are anarchists, with their customary law system. They're not so different from us ashwagandhans. So here's to you, my Somalian brothers and sisters. We stand with you. Good luck with the welfare scams. But maybe you can cool it a bit on the whole tribal warfare thing. I mean, it would be more fun to go to the war against the U.S. government, right? Come on. Somali cypherpunks coming to a dollar store near you. Somali cipher mercs. War news from last week. Cartel de los Soles, finally an official terrorist organization. They do have Venezuelan military links. It's not that crazy to say. I think I brought this up on a previous show. It's not really off base to say, oh yeah, the Cartel de los Soles or whatever is really just an arm of the Venezuelan president. And it's like, because they are kind of like their CIA. So that's actually kind of true. The U.S. is not totally wrong about that. There was word that a Russian general and 120 Russian troops were deployed to Venezuela. I'm still not sure if that's true or not. But whatever, it's close enough to true, whether it is or not. Last week, Guinea-Bissau had themselves a coup, becoming the latest country to join the so-called coup belt, which is a nice little belt across Africa of states that have had a coup in the last few years or so. Okay, that's it for last week's news. Here's this week's news. Go fuck yourself. And Mother Nature threats. I don't like the way Mother Nature's looking at me, everyone. Across North America, over the last month or so, it seems bigger snowstorms have been coming early this year. In spots that have snowier winters overall, this is never a very big deal, besides being something to talk about at the water cooler. Oh, quite the weather we're having. You know how sheep will love to talk about the weather. But in spots that don't have snowier winters overall, stuff like this fucks their shit up, because the state monopoly on roadworks won't even fucking plow the roads. Nobody knows how to shovel snow, I guess. And what's worse, none of them have winter tires or know how to drive in snowy weather. So they look like they're playing fucking bumper cars out there. If you're anywhere like that, watch your ass out there, boss. Stay frosty. No pun intended. because people be doing pileups and shit because they just don't they don't know how to weather. That would be, you know, not a big deal somewhere where it snows is a big deal somewhere where it doesn't snow so much. So be careful. U.S. bioweapons researchers are breeding African ticks that bear the CCHF virus, which is a virus that has like a 30% mortality rate. So enjoy. It's like a matter of time before some tick escapes or, you know, is intentionally released. That's not good. They're usually, I mean, most bioweapons research is based on infectiousness. So they do it with like, you know, stuff that might be highly infectious but doesn't make you that sick. This is not that. This is something that's supposed to actually kill a lot of people that get it for real. Unlike the fictional COVID-19 disease that didn't exist and didn't do anything. Logistics news this week. There's a new way somebody found, science style. This guy named Tour, like the word tour, like fucking Gran Turismo. Well, maybe that's a bad choice. Dr. Tour of Rice University came up, and his team, who gives a damn about them? Who gives a care about them? New way to get rare earth metals from recycled e-waste by flash heating it real fast to a particular temperature, mixing it with some sort of gas, I forgot. and then they solidify at different temperatures, so that way you can separate the different rare earth metals and stuff. Pretty cool. That could be something to look at in the next 10 years or so, while the world's source of rare earth metals turns on the rest of the world and decides not to give it to anyone anymore. Small time thugs news this week. Spots like Costa Rica and Mexico, crimes against whitey expats, namely theft, are skyrocketing. This calls to mind many times over the years. I've spoken to people who, wherever they live, they romanticize everywhere else. The grass is always greener on the other side. Folks who live somewhere like, let's say, America or whatever, will fetishize, romanticize moving somewhere like Costa Rica or Mexico. And whereas, of course, everyone actually living in a third world or second world shithole like Costa Rica and Mexico wants to move to America. And I always kind of find it funny. Yeah, it's true that there are trade-offs. It's true that in these countries that are more authoritarian on paper, they've kind of killed the golden goose, so they don't have as much money to actually enforce all those laws. So the white market is smaller and less developed, but it's mostly not worth it. And this is a classic example of like, they're just going to steal from you because you're not like them and they don't like you, especially when times get hard like they are now. They're getting hard now. Some guy fucked up a Molotov attack in California. They said that this guy threw 2 Molotovs at security guards or something in a building in California. I bring this up hoping to learn from it, but the wording is so hard to pin down. It's hard to say what went wrong here, but I'm going to guess because you should know how to, because making a Molotov is so easy. So you should know how to use it. First of all, you should practice, and you should have some basic bitch understanding of how they work. You know, like there's a bottle, it's a glass bottle, so it's got to break. So like, I'm thinking maybe this guy might have been actually throwing it straight at these soft targets, these security guards. That's not good. You don't want to do that because it probably won't break if it hits like a soft target. It's not going to break. You don't do that. You want it to hit something hard, you know, so that it breaks. There's also certain bottles that are like pretty good at not breaking. There are certain, like some wine bottles and stuff are like pretty tough. That you might not want to go with those. You can also score the bottle. with a knife or something. Some people say that makes it easier to break. It's probably true. Anyway, there you go. Oh yeah, I guess it's possible that it did break and that it just didn't light right, which could happen if you used some normal ass alcoholic beverage like a 50 proof or something. That probably won't light. So yeah, that's another mistake you could have made. Hard to say. So don't make those mistakes. Crackdowns and PSYOPs news. They say starting February 1st, the TSA will offer an alternative to Real ID, which will be some kind of online KYC. So is that any better than Real ID? I don't know. I guess not. I don't know. You better drive. And just like, if you see any bludges, kill them. That's what I say. The UK told everybody that they're going to get rid of trial by jury. Yeah, that's right, folks. Where did trial by jury start in the UK? I wonder. Almost 1,000 years ago. Yes, that's right. A group of the Galactic Emperor's most trusted Dark Jedi officers, known as the Dark Hand, have been appointed to create new kinds of courts, which will be called swift courts. If a guilty verdict for your so-called crime would give you less than 3 years behind bars, then your case can go to a swift court, also known as a kangaroo court, where you will get swift service. You won't be inconvenienced so often by getting those pesky not guilty verdicts, and you won't have to wait around so long anymore to go to jail for 3 years. So that's cool. Speaking of the UK, again, there have been a few pretty funny / scary case stories making the rounds this week of the state cracking down on speech in the UK. Some guy was arrested for, quote, possession of extreme music. I'm glad Dick Greaser's getting more listeners. Another guy was arrested for posting vacation pictures of himself at a shooting range in America. And some chick was arrested for saying a slur in a private conversation when talking about a guy who attacked her. So that's funny. Nice human interest story. In case you haven't gotten the fucking hint, boss, if you live in the UK, you can do one of two things. You can leave right now. Leave. Get out. Run. Get out of the UK now. Or you can go full-blown IRA on their asses. I'm talking organizing into cells, getting weapons, the whole 9 yards. You can do one of those two things if you live in the UK. This is not a drill. It's getting bad. For real. The U.S. crackdown on immigration from 19 countries announced earlier this year is now in play. All first realm immigration to the U.S. is halted from these 19 spots: Afghanistan, Burma, Burundi, Chad, Cuba, Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Laos, Libya, Sierra Leone, Somalia, Sudan, Togo, Turkmenistan, Venezuela, and Yemen. Of course, they're going to attack countries like Iran, Venezuela, and Yemen, creating a bunch of refugees and then not let them in when they try to run. Yeah, that sounds like the U.S. I can see that sucking for a lot of folks from Iran, who I know are always trying to get out. What about the dry foot policy for folks from Cuba? Is that over now? I don't know. I guess so. Shout out to our brothers in Haiti. Pretty much everywhere is going to be hot. I always like that. That you ever see the Haitian weatherman clip on YouTube? That video is so funny, dude. So shout out to Haiti. Keep making those viral videos. Shout out to the anarchist bosses in Somalia. You know what to do, boss. Immigrate illegally. It's worth it, trust me. Speaking of which, there were a few more arrests of Somalis by the immigration bludgies in Minneapolis, or Somaliapolis, as I like to call it. This may or may not be the start of a new push to crack down on the Somali border hoppers in Somaliapolis. So watch out, boss. But I don't need to tell you, because it seems the Somalis are doing a pretty good job of pulling one over on the bludgies in solidarity. Keep it up, boss. I say screw Minneapolis. Somaliapolis is where it's at now. Minneapolis was never going to churn out another prince, but Somaliapolis just might, boss. Why do we scream at each other? This is what it sounds like when Somali pigeons cry, I'm the prince now. I'm the prince now. Somali prince when? Get your black ass to the recording studio, boss. I look forward to healing Somali prince on Dick Greaser Music Monday, soon here on the PAZNIA Radio Network on first and third Monday of the month. Keep your ears perked for that one, boss. This is what it sounds like when Somali pigeons cry. Another towelhead sand nigger terrorist was arrested, but this time only for making terroristic threats. And wouldn't you know, this was another Afghani who was brought to America by the feds under the Operation Allies Welcome thing. It's, I don't know, kind of seems like a psyop to me. That's why it's in that section. War news. Here you go. The yearly U.S. national security strategy came out, and it says more or less what I'd think it would. War. Get ready for lots of war. Not so much in the Middle East or Europe, but more so war in the Americas and the Pacific. Yes, they are ramping up their war in South America, but I think this is also about getting ready for World War III, maybe. That hopefully won't happen next year, but it could very well be the one after that or the one after that. If I was the Chi-Coms, as Alex Jones says, I would want to start World War III by invading Taiwan and roping the U.S. into it sometime in 2027, because I feel the Chi-Coms have taken too long to get ready for World War III as it is. And it would be nice to fight the U.S. before they can come out with like the F-47 jets and stuff like that. Also, the Chi-Com military industrial complex is now so advanced that it could keep pumping out more missiles as needed. So I feel they have less and less reason to wait on the World War III thing. So yeah, fingers crossed and all that crap, but World War III could well happen as early as 2027, though it could end up being late 2027, hopefully. And of course I bring that up not because what do I care about all this stuff for its own sake? If the states were just hitting each other without it affecting you, then I would just be happy, and I wouldn't even talk about it. The issue is, like, if you're in certain places, it might affect you. If you're in the Baltics, say hello to Russian soldiers occupying your country. If you're in the U.S. or whatever, North America, really, say hello to maybe the power grid being fucked and people starving and having to kill each other for food because of EMPs. Oh, and also maybe radiation sickness from fallout. Yeah, so you should probably read Strategic Relocation and the Secure Home Shelter. Wait, fuck. I don't even remember the name of it now. Secure Home Shelter. I don't know, something like that, by Joel Skousen. Go read it and do the stuff in the book. Speaking of which, blah, blah, war in the Americas, preparing for war in the Americas. Operation Southern Spear is getting hard and ready to penetrate deep down south, and it's going to get a bit messy, folks. Word is that the U.S. had a phone call with Venezuela earlier this week where they offered up some of that good old-fashioned U.S. diplomacy. We're taking over your country. You can flee the country with your close family now, or you can die. And it sounds like the socialist dictator of Venezuela likely did not take them up on this offer, which tells me that he's banking very heavily on help from Russia. I'm not so sure that'll work out for him, but I guess it's worth a shot. Maybe he thinks he can run later anyway, but they might just hunt him down like Saddam Hussein, though. I mean, like, how good is this guy's privacy game going to be? Also, the U.S. started locking down the Venezuelan airspace. Anyway, of course, all that is happening. It likely tells you that they're about to attack Venezuela outright pretty soon to usher in hardcore regime change, which is what they call it when they take over a country and install a puppet state to run it for them. But if that wasn't enough warning for you, the U.S. then came out on TV and said they were indeed about to airstrike Venezuela. And they also reminded you that they won't only hit Venezuela, but rather they'll hit any country south of the U.S. that they feel like hitting. Don't forget, this isn't a war on any one country. It's another one of those wars on a word. And if you like the war on drugs and the war on terror, you're going to love this one, because this one is a war on drug terrorists, since they're declaring the cartels to be terrorist organizations, which, well, yeah, that's kind of fair, truthfully. So, yeah, it's a literal war on drugs. And you know what a war on a word means, right, boss? That's right. It means they write themselves a blank check to attack anybody at any time and take over whatever country they want. But this time, it's South America instead of the Middle East. And yes, Russia will help Venezuela in this war, which it seems they've already started doing, and they may well help others in South America as well. More than one state in South America is buddy-buddy with Russia and or China, enough to make you wonder about what side they'd be on in World War III if there's no so-called regime change. I think you can say that besides Venezuela and, of course, Cuba, Brazil, under the corrupt Lula regime, is going to side with Russia and China, for sure. But I get the feeling most Brazilians don't care for that. So it leads one to wonder what Brazilians might do about this. Namely, if a few CIA agents come around and offer them some help with strings attached, of course. And so that's a different kind of regime change. I think the Brazil regime change would be better done through intelligence more than military, because I think that they could turn Brazilians against the Brazilian government. But we'll see. If they're smart, they'll do it that way, I think, but we'll see. And Brazil's not a small fry, so it's worth keeping an eye on anything like that. With many of the other countries in South America, it's up in the air where they'll stand. And things in South America have been that way for many years. So it's finally coming to a head only now, after all this time. The only unknowns here to me are quite how these other states in South America will answer the U.S. invasion, besides Venezuela, and how much Russia will help them against the U.S. As of now, Russia has given Venezuela some second-rate missiles and some utterly outclassed fighter planes. So that's not going to do much. However, today's Venezuelan military is pretty loyal to the regime because they got rid of everyone who wasn't. So even with little to no foreign help, they could wage protracted guerrilla warfare against the U.S. occupation for many years. Let's not forget, folks, we have the ashwagandha palm trees up, decorated, coconuts falling all over the place. Wouldn't you love it if you had under that tree, buried somewhere in the coconuts, a like 27 books that help to liberate and help and enlighten and entertain you or your loved one for this Xmas season? Well, if that sounds good to you, you can go to libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle and tell them Thane sent you. That it has almost every book on Liberty Under Attack, a small library coming in at 27 books. These are the books on Liberty Under Attack, which is the best, most helpful, most down-to-earth, most fun book catalog in the world right now. Kind of reminiscent of Paladin Press and Loom Panics, but this is the cutting edge shit that you can get right now. This is the best deal you can get on all these fucking books at Liberty Under Attack with the Self-Liberation Bundle. Save big and start your self-liberation library for you or your loved one this Xmas season. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle and tell them Thane sent you so you can give the Christmas gift of cheer and commissions to your friend Thane Riddle. Liberate me, liberate yourself, liberate Shane, liberate your body parts, liberate the critters of the earth, liberate, libate, and librarify all of us this Christmas season with a shower of fucking 360 winds in every snowflake at libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Now, would you like to officially join the second realm? What's that? You think that sounds stupid? Me too, but the joke's on you. You can officially join the second realm and get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, an elite organization of elves that make toys all day and night, and maybe even some free PAZNIA merch coming fresh out of Santa's shop. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane to check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in coupon code Thane, that's THANE, to get $25 off. And you could buy that as a gift too. Why not? You could buy a fucking honorary stakeholdership for your loved one, for your reindeer, and put it bury it in the coconuts for them to find, for them to sniff around in and pull out this Christmas morning. Don't forget that on the PAZNIA radio network, the most spectacular treasure in history on the first and third Mondays at 7 p.m. Central, Richard Greaser will take over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Monday. He's a credentialed journalist, award-winning songwriter, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. Dick Greaser will take you through a tour of deep tracks, entertaining and enlightening banter, and an overall great time. Why do we scream at each other? This is what it sounds like when Somali pigeons cry. You can hear Somali Prince for the first debut on the first and third Mondays on Dick Greaser. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio to find links to stream on YouTube, Odyssey, Zap.stream, and Rumble. Shout out to Somali Prince. Oh yeah. Okay, so we've made it. What do you think, guys? Are we going late enough for you? We're probably going to go to 3 hours today. Let's actually do the thing we're supposed to do today, which is look at Vonu Life 25 before we all keel over and die forever, only to be resurrected and judged for everything we did in life. Oh yeah, here. Let me take a really long time to do this, folks. Dun 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 dun. Oh yeah. Wow, I didn't even bother to open it. Look at that. Oh well, actually, I've got most of my notes written down anyway. Go fuck yourself. So the old Vonu Life magazine, you may know, was some shit from the 70s that this autistic nerd who went around calling himself Rayo, and he'd be rolling around in his grave knowing that we mispronounce it Rayo and that we say Vonu instead of Vonu, because by all accounts he was a total autistic nerd who like never made a joke. But the guy was a genius, okay? And he put out a pretty cool magazine in the 70s called Vonu Life. You may have read the 1973 edition, which is pretty good. Required reading, I'd say. Well, Vonu Life has been resurrected all these years later. Was it like 50 years later? It's over 50 years later. Vonu Life is resurrected. And it's out now on libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Tell them Thane sent you. It doesn't cost that much. There's a fucking book on paper, and there's a digital one. This is a big step for the Vonuan community. We're going to do it every year, hopefully. If you want to get in on the latest Vonu zeitgeist, you're going to want to grab this thing and take a look at it and make your own submission for Vonu Life 26. Oh, every other year, you think? He's thinking every other year now. Maybe that's better anyway. Because it took like the whole fucking year just to prepare this shit. We need a break. I don't want to. Well, it'll be easy for me. All I have to do is edit, make a new version of hiding stuff for each year. That's easy for me, but you are out of luck. So yeah, maybe you should do it every other year. Anyway, let's take a sneak peek at the table of contents of Vonu Life 25, and then we'll pick out a few of the submissions in here that have down-to-earth tips in them and give you a bird's eye look at what they're all about. And we'll end with going over my own down-to-earth submission, Hiding Stuff Cheat Sheet 2025. And then later in the show, which is hardly any time left in it, we'll do the same thing for Building the Second Realm topics. So here's the table of contents for Vonu Life 25. Intro, VL message board. There's Jim Stun, the man who met Rayo. We got the fucking Vonu resistance report from Strick from Australia, who's living on the sea. We got Kerry Thornley stuff, if you haven't had enough of that. We have Community Tech, which is a fiction thing that Rayo wrote, but even though it's fiction, he decided not to put it in the fiction section. He put it in this section of the message board, which actually kind of makes sense. Small Boat for Live Aboard by Paul Dewar, who Rayo 2 thinks is the Zodiac killer, I think. Intentional Communities, Networking, Vonu and Cities. This is a whole other section. We got Josiah's Chronicles of Intentional Living Communities and an invitation for you to contribute to his research on intentional living communities, the struggles, networking and liberation, and the importance of asking. Wow, look at my typing here. What in the world was I trying to say? The importance of taking a moment to smell the roses by Trent Larson. Recommended freedom festivals and gatherings. We got another Josiah thing, a series on micro-urban and small space suburban gardening. We got this section, Vonu and Second Realm strategies. We got thoughts of a half-in, half-out citizen serf, false hopes versus self-security by Josiah. Selecting a free mate. This is an interesting one. Vonu considerations to choosing an intimate partner by Rayo 2. Some thoughts and start on legal interstices in the 21st century by Rayo 2. Another interesting one. Richard Greaser on being a self-liberator. And then we have some Hack Liberty posts. Posts from the website Hack Liberty Forum. There's one by Anarchio Crypto. I can't remember. I think it's called the Aristocracy of Action. And then there's some thoughts on Vonu by Master Satan, aka Thor Xavier Challenger. We got 16 Ways to Live Freer, a critical evaluation or whatever, by Rayo 1. And Rayo 2 will be talking about that later tonight on the PAZNIA Radio Network. We've got Hiding Stuff, which is by me, and Insurrectionary Agorism, which is by me. Self-Liberation Storytime. This is where all the fiction stuff goes. They got The Sinking City, Prelude to Freedom by HBO star Jason Henza. Who the fuck is Jason Henza? Is he actually an HBO TV star? Then we have Escaping the Grind. Okay. We've got yes, the Anarchists documentary. Oh, is that why so he's from an anarchist documentary. See, I was imagining that Jason Henza was like an actor on like Oz or something. You know, that TV show where guys rape each other in prison. But no, I guess he was from an anarchist documentary. And then he's also got Escaping the Grind into the Rough Woods 1 and 2. And then there's 93 Minutes by Patrick Henry. Libertas series parts 2 and 3 by Josiah Warren. Second Realm Outposts, Story of Self-Liberation. Sample chapter from Rayo 2's first fiction book. This is a fiction book that he, I think, pretty much already wrote already years ago. And he's giving you a sample chapter from it. It's I think it helped inspire him to even make PAZNIA to begin with. So it should be interesting. And then they've got the closing section, Where to Find Other Vonuists and Contributing to Vonu Life 26, which may end up being called 27. Anyway, here's some Vonu Life down to earth submission picks. These are a few ones I picked out that I think have some down to earth tips in them. That, you know, I'm not going to fucking read them to you or anything, but I'm going to like give you some idea of what they go over in it. If this goddamn software will work, come on. Oh, I see what's happening here. At least have a guess. Maybe. Hold on a second, folks. The Xmas gremlins have climbed out of the coconuts, freshly juiced up with electrolytes, and they're in a daze. They don't know what they're doing. They're not trying to hurt anybody, but they're causing great damage to the world. What the fuck, dude? Oh, here we go. Maybe that'll work now. Let's see. God damn it. This is the beauty of this is the biggest show of the year. Did you know that? Here we go. Wow. Nice. This shit is not fucking working. So I might just have to tell you off the top of my head. Enjoy. I might have to tell you off the top of my head what I remember being in these things that I read, instead of actually being able to reference it. And oh, never mind. I got it right here. Psych. Okay, so let's take a look at the Vonu resistance report from that Australian chick about living on boats and stuff. Okay. What does she fucking talk about? Well, she doesn't have nice little chapter titles for me to read or anything, but she talks about a story where I guess her and her fucking husband must be rich or something, because they were able to buy a boat and live on it. And they learned how to live on a boat pretty quickly. Not like in international waters all the time, but like, mostly, at least sometimes in Anchorage or not too far from it. And she gives you a pretty brief overview on it. And then they ran out of money anyway. For how long did they make it happen? Like a couple of years or something. I don't know. Hope you enjoyed that overview. Did you like it? Let's see. Let's do the community tech one. Community tech. Community Technology, Vonu, and Beautiful Bella Coola Wilderness by Shane /Rayo 2. This is a fictional submission, but based partially off real experiences from self-liberators. And I actually thought, it kind of does deserve to be in this section. And in the what in the fucking world are you doing to me? What does he talk about here? He talks about living underground, privacy and security culture, and dealing with like objections to like operating on a need to know basis, as well as kind of justifying it. He talks about, he kind of abstracts out the Smooman idea. In Rayo 1's old Smooman article, he talks about having different underground places to live in for different purposes at different times a year. Rayo 1 kind of abstracts that out and brings it into the 21st century so that it's not necessarily only Smooman underground dwellings. It could be other things. It could be urban Vonu dwellings. It could be a mixture. And sort of bringing that into the 21st century with applications for that. And he talks about some practical things like getting water, getting food, getting power. Some of this stuff is theoretical, getting shelter, but some of it's like stuff that you totally can do today. He's talking about community and workshop and technologies, transportation, income, which we call import export, of course. And so yeah, that's cool. You should check that out. Even though it's fictional, I actually think it has some business inspiring you practically. We've got Small Boat for Liveaboard by Paul Dewar, aka the Zodiac Killer. And yeah, I think this was on a previous Vonu Life or something. And whatever. Yeah, that's an interesting one. It's about living on a boat, in case you didn't know. We got one of Josiah Warren's things here. He has two things. One on urban micro gardening, and then small space suburban gardening. Fun with micro-urban and small space suburban gardening. Part 1, the urban micro. So yeah, Josiah Warren gives you some like, practical shit about that. Selecting crops, nurturing and taking care of your plants, utilizing indoor spaces, expanding microenvironments, utilizing outdoor urban spaces. And then in part 2, the suburban gardening featuring special guest Herb Glockham Dusteroff. They talk about techniques and tips for suburban gardening and HOA challenges, dealing with the gated community folks. storage methods, and they fucking talk about look, listen, see. Some sort of acronym. He talks about some being shady and stealthy with guerrilla gardening, and like giving excuses to people about why you're skulking around in certain places, selecting a place, making a seed bomb, activist guerrilla gardening. Interesting. Okay, there you go. How do you like that? Do you like this overview so far? I'm telling you about some stuff that's in here. Selecting a free mate. Vonu considerations for choosing an intimate partner. Now this one's that's a first. You don't hear people bringing this up, even though this is pretty much the number one thing that will ruin your life if you get it wrong. And yet no one talks about it, because we're just a bunch of autistic males like Rayo 1, so we don't think about that. We think about I don't know, computers or something, because it's so easy for me to give answers on what a computer is going to do. Anyway, so yeah, he gives some good tips here. He talks about how location is important for finding the right person, which is something I talk about when it comes to building and networking in the second realm overall. Value yourself first before you seek others. He talks about different approaches to marriage: free marriage contracts, hand fasting, conventional marriage. Oh shit, he actually gives you an example contract. That's pretty cool. Other contractual considerations and final considerations for the lone wolf self-liberators. What is he gonna say? I don't know. I better pay $20 to find out. Some thoughts and strategies on legal interstices in the 21st century, also by Rayo 2. It's good to have something about this that's newer. He's talking about, at least as an example, getting pulled over, registering a car. He's talking about sovereign citizen tactics, probably not in a positive light. Driver's licenses, registration and residency, acquiring a second passport, second citizenship, some paper tripping hypotheticals, so-called hypotheticals. So yeah, that's a good article that I would recommend reading. And let's not forget one of our Hack Liberty posts. Some thoughts on Vonu by Master Satan, aka Thor Xavier Challenger. Oh wait, this isn't from Hack Liberty. It says it's from Vonu Life number 17. That's weird. Why do I think it's from Hack Liberty? Well, whatever. Who cares? Someone wrote once that Vonuans can never be self-sufficient in all things, and I tend to agree. So he's talking about transportation. He's talking about fucking shelter. I remember thinking this was interesting. Communication, food, heat, weapons, commerce. He's talking about all sorts of shit, dude. And then, of course, we have, finally, for our last down-to-earth selection for today, 16 Ways to Live Freer, a critical evaluation by Rayo 1. This is a classic being brought back, and this is something I believe Rayo 2 will be going over later today on fucking PAZNIA Radio Network. And this is a classic where they go over these 16 ways to live freer and provides a critical evaluation of them. Who'd have thought? Now, let's take a look at the absolute best, okay? And, well, if not best, certainly longest, okay? Down-to-earth submission in all of Vonu Life 25. It's a little thing called the Hiding Stuff Cheat Sheet 2025 by this guy called Thane Riddle. And oh my God, this Thane Riddle guy says that this is going to be a broad and shallow overview, a cheat sheet, if you will, about hiding stuff in all its different facets and forms, as broad as he could go without literally dying from writing too much. But not deep, just to start on each little topic for you to look at. And our friend Thane Riddle starts by introducing HUSH, an acronym that stands for hide, underwhelm, steer, and hinder. And then he separates the rest of the tips into the School of Hard Knocks, which is about like basic survival and, you know, physically hiding and stuff like that. And then he's got the fucking School of Gizmos, and then he's got the School of Business, and then he's got the School of Gab. School of Hard Knocks is stuff like shrouding, carrying stuff, shelter, hiding spots, sneaking around, disposal. School of Gizmos is all about software and hardware and digital networks, phones and laptops, and blah, blah, blah. School of Business is about working, shopping, investing, starting a business. The School of Gab is about interacting with others and principles, you know, stuff like shutting the fuck up and separating things into folds and making things boring and being charming and using trickery. And it's not it doesn't go deep on any one of these topics. It just sort of lists them and touches on each one and gives you a way to start and sort of find out for your own on each topic. It plants the seed and somehow still manages to be almost 20,000 words. How did that happen? I do not know. 20,000 words, and it's 20. This submission alone is 20% of VANIA Life 25. There you go. That's the down to earth selection. And let's not forget, folks, if you want a more secure and private phone, tablet, or laptop for your loved one this Xmas season, for your pet reindeer, you're sticking it in the coconut. The coconut conceals the phone. The reindeer sniffs in the coconut Christmas morning. The reindeer pulls out the phone. The reindeer shits himself at seeing that he has received a new Pixel 7 privacy phone with Graphene OS and a ThinkPad. In the other coconut, concealed and among the coconuts, it's a ThinkPad with a neutralized IME open source firmware and whatever Linux operating system you like Cubes. Or maybe it's a tablet in another coconut. libertyunderattack.com/Thane. Okay, THANE. This is where you find all these goodies for this Xmas season. If you want anything that's not in stock, or you want to ask a question or we'll get a custom order or something, just email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. That's SHANE, and fucking buy some shit for this Christmas season so that it can arrive there totally on time. Okay, this is, you're pushing it already. All right. So buy the things at libertyunderattack.com/Thane. Support the second realm, support PAZNIA, support yourself, support Reindeer, Alex Jones 360 win. And does your body ever hurt anywhere? Have you been climbing down chimneys and scratching your elbow on the rough brick? Have you been hauling a bag full of gifts and you've sprained your rotator cuff for the umpteenth time? Just spray some pain liberator on there. You can find it at libertyunderattack.com/pain Thane. That's PAINTHANE. And you will notice an instant relief of pain, because this is fucking 20% DMSO mixed with colloidal silver water with some magnesium and aspirin in there. So that DMSO on its own has benefits, but it brings the aspirin, injecting it right into your tissues from topical application right away. So you feel it right away. That's how DMSO works. It drags everything with it deep into your tissues, like really fast, in like seconds. So this is great for most any kind of pain: sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, scraped elbow from the inside of a chimney, rotator cuff injury from bag of gifts, you name it, reindeer bites. DMSO and aspirin, each on their own, are quite miraculous when put together in Pain Liberator. It is magical. Go to libertyunderattack.com/pain-thane to get the gift of pain freedom, liberation from pain, to your loved ones and reindeer this Xmas season. Fan mail. Better read some fan mail. We've got a little bit. We've got a note from a thought crime boss. This is a guy you might have heard of. Tends to donate on xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio. Tell him Thane sent you. With his donation, he says, "Hey, Thane, I've been checking out Simplified Privacy's VPN service, but I wonder how many people use it. If his VPN provider is very private by design, but doesn't have many users, does the small anonymity set cancel out the privacy benefits?" A good question, as always, thought crime boss. And the answer is yes and no. So it depends on what kinds of privacy benefits you're going for. How should I explain this? There is a place for a popular VPN that a lot of folks use, but that might have weaknesses in other ways. And then there is a place for things that don't have that weakness, but might look more unique because not a lot of people use them. So let's start by going over what is actually happening here. So let's go with the basic bitch popular VPN option. A good example of a popular VPN that I like is Mullvad VPN, right? Because they take Monero and they have some post-quantum encryption if you actually have it turned on, or you've made it work in WireGuard by dicking around with it. They're pretty cool. They're about as cool as a VPN can be while still falling headlong into the same old pitfall that they all fall into, which is they are seriously just reselling you use of a server that they've rented from somebody else in a huge data center. So like the Simplified Privacy guy himself, his name is Shadow Rebel. He should be on the show sometime. I feel like he'd be a good guest here. He said it himself. The way he said it himself, the example he used was, let's say you use a VPN server, like a Mullvad server in New York City, and it uses whatever the fuck that, there's a big data center company called like 247 or something like that. I can't remember. And let's say your Mullvad VPN server is there and you're connecting to Discord, and guess what? The Discord server is also there. It's in the same fucking building as your VPN server. So even just 247, even just this one company, 247 or whatever the fuck they're called in New York, this one data center can totally do a correlation attack on you at the very least, if not totally see everything that's going on, and probably can put two and two together that, your IP is coming into this VPN server in my fucking building, and then it's connecting to another server in my building that's a Discord server at the same time. You could probably work that out. And even if Mullvad says we have no log policy and we don't cooperate with law enforcement, even if that's all true, which is a matter of trust, it kind of doesn't matter because the data center doesn't have those policies. They'll log everything if they want to, and if law enforcement asks them, they'll give it over. So it's kind of misleading. So it depends on your threat model on what you're trying to do. If you use this basic bitch VPN like Mullvad, and that's it, it's just that between you and your destination, then you've done a lot. You've done a lot more than doing nothing. You've hidden from your ISP what you're doing. You've hidden maybe from the destination, where you're coming from. And of course, though, a lot of the stuff people are connecting to is on these like big tech clouds now, and it's kind of centralized. So it's kind of funny, like, so maybe you're not hiding it from them, but you're doing a lot in a way by using it in this way that a lot of people use it in. But if your threat model, so it depends on your threat model, right? If your threat model is just, if your threat model is you want to actually fight dragnet surveillance by like powerful state actors that you think will have maybe very advanced AI automated analysis that can look for things like that can do correlation attacks on everybody, dragnet style. Is that happening for sure right now? I don't know, but if it's not, it will soon. Or you might be worried about being targeted one day because if you listen to this show, you're the type of person who probably worries about being targeted one day because you're a fucking creep. You're like some sort of libertarian radical. You have guns and you want to fucking kill people, just like I tell you to do on the show, right? You're just doing your job as a listener. It's not your fault. I made you do it, but they're not going to listen to that. So you want to hide that. So yeah, if those are your threat models, then yeah, that's not enough. So then we have something like, like simplified privacy, or it could even be NIM VPN, or it could be whatever. There's a couple folks doing, or you can also manually chain one VPN after another, which is particularly easy to do with cubes. You can make normal, like if you're a power user, whatever, or if you're just willing to learn, you can make multiple net VMs in cubes, and each one's a different VPN, and you can chain each one after the other or whatever. Make your own custom chain. But anyway, so yeah. However, yes. So one of the things that simplified privacy is doing, they are reselling other people's servers, just like Molvat or something, but they're doing it with small underdog data centers that like big tech companies aren't using, and they're doing it in a handful of different spots around the world, and they're encouraging you to use it in such a way where each app is routed to a different VPN, or you hop to this one server and then you hop to another server, so that even they don't know for sure what you're doing, because there's zero knowledge proofs that you've paid for stuff, and you can pay a Monero or whatever. So yeah, that kind of solves the problem of doing a correlation attack with dragnet surveillance to connect the beginning and the end, right? To connect where you are to the stuff that you're doing remotely. It makes it hard to connect those two things. However, if you're doing two different things online, like over here, your Edge Master 27 posting on the Twilight roleplay forum, and then over there your libertarian Chad 39 posting on a Facebook group or something and winning so many arguments with communists, and you don't want those two identities to be connected, but you're posting from both of them from the same really weird IP address that is a little small independent data center in fucking Estonia that is used by simplified privacy as one of the VPN things. Or hell, maybe, yeah, you could even like, because even simplified privacy, I think they would like it if you used different VPNs for different things. But it's still all coming from them, right? So even if it's this weird data center over here in Estonia that happens to be used by Simplified Privacy and nobody else. And it's that other weird small data center over there in Moldova that's also used by Simplified Privacy and nobody else. Yeah, it's a dedicated attacker who's really taking a close look at that, or maybe an advanced AI analysis thing, could possibly work out that, these things are both associated with Simplified Privacy. Maybe these two users are connected, especially if I have something else to connect them, like their writing style or something they said or blah, 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 whatever. So yeah, in other words, it depends on, as we know, the game of privacy is often about keeping your folds apart, right? Spreading those folds apart wide. And that means compartmentalizing stuff. And that's how I like to say it for some reason. So if we're talking about keeping the end point separate from the starting point, keeping your physical location disconnected from what you're doing, and the foe that you're trying to hide it from is pretty advanced, then yeah, you don't want to only use a popular VPN because of the way they do it. But if your goal is to keep one online activity unlinked from another online activity, then yes, you having a larger anonymity set or using different VPN services entirely or whatever is what you want to do. So basically the long story. So yeah, if hopefully that clarifies things in terms of the two different benefits of these two different things. And now you can put all that together by saying, I can have the best of both worlds because in fucking cubes, I can just chain these together, right? I can have my physical location connect to a popular VPN first, and then from there, jump to, let's say, a simplified privacy IP for posting as, EdgeMaster27. But then for posting as Libertarian Chad 39 on the Facebook group where you argue with communists, you're using something else. Maybe you're using a NIM VPN connection, but it's all after that first, whatever NordVPN connection or whatever popular thing you're using. And then also you can also have endpoint identities that are another popular VPN. You can bounce to one popular VPN and then to another popular VPN. Whatever, you can do whatever you want. Just look at it from the perspective of your attacker, and then you'll know how to do it. And if you still can't fucking work that out, then this is why I'm here. You pay me money. VonuPodcast.com/CD. Go pay me money, and I'll help you. Anyway, that was long enough. I don't have time to look at all the PAZNIA Radio Network chat stuff, but I'll at least look at comment. Ashwagandha has voted. The guest will be allowed to live. The population liked him. Cool show. Comment. Glad to see that the snowmen did not get to you. They can be very cold sometimes. Should we make a PAZNIA MMO in Luanti? Are there uses for video games like that? One Agorist novel? Like in that one Agorist novel. I don't know what Agorist novel you're talking about because I never bothered to read any of them. I think you're referring to A Lodging of Wayfaring Men. I dig the idea. Haven't heard of Luanti before. Luanti's open source Minecraft. It was called Mindtest, but they rebranded. Oh, I know Mindtest. Oh, okay. So they rebranded Mindtest as Luanti. Wow, Luanti, what a horrible rebrand. Mindtest tells you what it is right away. But Luanti is fucking confusing. Wow, that's stupid. Why do they always do this in open source projects? We rebranded to something, the first name is something that you could tell what it was right away. The next name is in another language, and it has all these meanings that no one will ever know. I don't know why they do that. That's like how Unstoppable Swap rebranded to Eigenwallet. It's like that. Anyway, yeah, actually, I think that's really cool. I think video games are the highest form of art. And they can be the most powerful chaos magic sigils, okay, to bring about an insurrectionary agorist revolution. And they can also be monetized. So it can be like Ender's Game. You think you're playing a game, but you're actually killing cops in real life. That's how we're going to do it. So we're going to recruit them, folks, with drone warfare and really good graphics. Or actually just put the drone cam footage in through a filter so that it looks like it's a video game. There you go. Problem solved. Actually, you know what? That's actually a really funny idea. Can you imagine if you just got like the best 12-year-olds in the world to pilot the drones that kill people, and they just think they're playing a game? That'd be great. But they get rewarded in microtransactions and rare hats. They get the party hat from RuneScape. Okay, are you ready for more shit from Vonu Life 25? Do we even have time to do it? We're gonna try. So yeah, Vonu Life always played a role in building second realms, or as we say in the Vonuan tongue, Vonuums and ethical enclaves. It's a big deal when a freedom seeker comes to understand that they should drop all that bullshit about collective movementism and just work on getting freedom now in your own life. But you don't just want to, live as a rat hiding away and that's it on your own. You do kind of want to build, you still want to build something and affect the future. That doesn't make you a collective movementist. It just means, you want to trade and grow markets. And I mean, that's what markets are supposed to do. And it changes the world a lot. And Vonu Life 25 carries that torch of talking about building second realms, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. So I'll look at a few pics from Vonu Life 25 relevant to that. And we'll end up taking a sneak peek at my very own bombshell of a manifesto called Insurrectionary Agorism. For building second realms, we've got Josiah's Chronicles of Intentional Living Communities, which is, it's like he studies Amish people or some shit. And he talks about what works and what doesn't in communities like that historically. And he invites you to help him research the topic further. There's some recommended freedom festivals and gatherings, which is what it fucking sounds like. There's a Hack Liberty post. This one actually is a Hack Liberty post called A Collection of Second Realm Ideas by Anarchio Crypto. And it's pretty cool. It's got some cool ideas about building second realms in the future. It kind of reminds me of like the original Second Realms book or whatever, or the Smuggler XYZ book, whatever the fuck that was called. And then we have the other Hack Liberty post, which is the Aristocracy of Action, which is pretty fucking cool. And it's motivational as well as practical. Then we've got Second Realm Outpost, Story of Self-Liberation, sample chapter from Rayo 2's fiction book. I mean, that is the fiction book he wrote that inspired him to make PAZNIA, which I'd say is a successful project in building second realms and second realm networks. So it helped him. Hell, fucking, if writing it helped, I'll help you think about it. And then he's got where to find other Vonuans and contributing to Vonu Life 26, because that's also important for building second realms, is to give us free content so that it can be sold on libertyunderattack.com. And then, of course, we have the crowning jewel of Vonu Life 25, which is Insurrectionary Agorism, a newer manifesto, or How to Kill Cops and Kings for Fun and Profit. And that's my manifesto, where I introduce a philosophy of sorts, though it's an action-oriented one, a direct action variant of agorism I call insurrectionary agorism, which is still just agorism, but sexier and better, and just framed a little differently. And in this book, I go over this book is a nuclear bomb of wisdom dropped on the earth. The earth will never be the same after this manifesto. Even if people will remember me for this centuries from now. Okay. I go over a theory of power. Oddly enough, I start with a theory of power. All power can be described in terms of 4 kinds of power: the stick, the carrot, the brand, and the fire. And then I go into memetics and a theme, theories about memetics and how brand memes and carrot memes and fire memes, such as collective movementism, the agora itself, tool making, agorism, crypto anarchy, and enforcement. And we so basically we explain the state, collective movementism, technology, the market, an insurrectionary agorism, all within the same power framework. And then we talk about what to actually do with all this information, which is most of it. We talk about building a good groundwork with privacy and security, building second realm networks, and then we talk a lot about the three big DApps: mesh networking, distributed data storage, and secure distributed computing, as well as the big markets needed, like decentralized marketplaces, zero knowledge reputation, non-aggression contracts, settling disputes, insurance, enforcement, and security. This is the blueprint for bringing this world into the 21st century and irreversibly altering.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here, coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com for your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries and even pains like headaches or migraines. The Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include: colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. rather than argue about what those words ought to mean. I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu Life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you will add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA publications catalog has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your Self-Liberation Bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/SLBundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/SLBundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
Fellow self-liberators, you're listening to the PAZNIA radio network. We sure do hope you're enjoying the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot here. I wanted to take a moment to tell you about our regularly scheduled shows. Every Saturday is our Self-Liberation Saturday transmission, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern/3 p.m. Central with Thane Riddle's Cloak Dagger. Then, James Cordoner's Voluntarist Academy, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Central, wherein he dives into the most important works and pieces of literature in the history of voluntarism, free markets, and libertarian philosophy. And 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central kicks off our highlight show, sometimes a Vonu podcast live, other times things like Second Realm speed dating, podcast premieres, and much more. Furthermore, every first and third Monday, Richard Dick Greaser takes over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Mondays. Dick Greaser is a founder of the Bitcoin Bugle, a credentialed journalist, award-winning musician, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. You can join Richard for a great time every first and third Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. And every second and fourth Monday, Anarchy Radio with Phoenix Aurora makes its return to the PAZNIA radio network for interviews, great music from the best freedom artists, and much more. What about you? Are you interested in starting your own live show on the PAZNIA radio network? We are looking to build out this schedule further. If so, please email Programming Coordinator Rayo to coordinator@paznia.com.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
I'm a retarded pleb. And while you're on the interstate, commuting to work, I'm behind the wheel of my 6,000-pound SUV, doing 85, while staring at my phone checking the price of Bitcoin and looking at pleb slop. World's highest IQ? Of course he's bullish. And if you don't have the right insurance, one breaking tweet by Pete Rizzo could lead to a T-bone, and not the type that goes with eggs. So get car insurance from First Amendment Mutual. First Amendment Mutual protects you from the mayhem caused by retarded plebs.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Thanks to Chihuahua Chezik, the newest signer of the PAZNIA Constitution. His message reads, quote, "Dear government, I don't need another daddy. Get your nose out of my business. Get your nose out of my bank account, my communications, my computer and phone, my comings and goings, my views and my thoughts. And get your hands out of my fucking pockets." End quote. Aye, cheers to that, Mr. Chihuahua. View the full list of signatures and messages, and even leave your own by visiting PAZNIA.com/sign. Again, PAZNIA.com/sign.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian Freerobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack Publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit PAZNIA.com/stake. Again, PAZNIA.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA radio network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian Freer Robot out. Fellow self-liberators, you're listening to the PAZNIA radio network. We sure do hope you're enjoying the deprogramming. DJ Brian Freer Robot here. I wanted to take a moment to tell you about our regularly scheduled shows. Every Saturday is our Self-Liberation Saturday transmission, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern/3 p.m. Central with Thane Riddle's Cloak Dagger. Then, James Cordoner's Voluntarist Academy, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Central, wherein he dives into the most important works and pieces of literature in the history of voluntarism, free markets, and libertarian philosophy. And 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central kicks off our highlight show, sometimes a Vonu podcast live, other times things like Second Realm speed dating, podcast premieres, and much more. Furthermore, every first and third Monday, Richard Dick Greaser takes over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Mondays. Dick Greaser is a founder of the Bitcoin Bugle, a credentialed journalist, award-winning musician, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. You can join Richard for a great time every first and third Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. And every second and fourth Monday, Anarchy Radio with Phoenix Aurora makes its return to the PAZNIA radio network for interviews, great music from the best freedom artists, and much more. What about you? Are you interested in starting your own live show on the PAZNIA radio network? We are looking to build out this schedule further. If so, please email Programming Coordinator Rayo to coordinator@paznia.com.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
To this special episode of the Vonu podcast, the first and hopefully ongoing installment series titled LUA Publications Reviews. A lot of our books would definitely draw criticism from the First Realm, the Cerebral Society, but our most popular book, Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage, by Ben Stone, undoubtedly takes the radical cake. None of it is to be taken seriously, and thankfully some of the commenters understand that. Others are authoritarian retards who deserve to be put on blast for being so goddamn stupid. And for many other comments, we could all use some humor in our lives. So yeah, let's go ahead and do this. I welcome you to the first edition of LUA Publications Reviews. So I'll get flipped over here and we'll get to it. This is going to be fun. So yeah, if you just type in Sedition, Subversion, Sabotage into the lovely Amazon. It'll come up, and again, it's our most popular book. It's like top 15, I think, in the anarchist category. Or it's different categories. It varies. It's been a while since I checked, but we got 103 ratings. It's almost 5 stars, so that gives you a pretty good idea. And we will, I guess, get the feel for what we're going to see here. And you'll start to catch on very, very quickly. So the first one, we'll just go in order because there's not that many written reviews, but the ones who took the time to write did so for a very positive reason or a very negative reason. But anyway, Josh, whoever Josh is, just some Josh from the United States, 5 stars, and this book is not for you. Will this book be the best and most important manual you'll read in your entire life? I cannot answer that question, but you deserve to make that decision for yourself. As another reviewer previously incorrectly stated, the book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Again, remember this guy gave 5 stars. Back to the review. There is an extremely high possibility either now or in the future that people would do absolutely anything within their means to acquire access to the contents of this book. Are you willing to face the responsibility that comes with possessing something of that sort of value? Think long and hard about it. Additionally, I would have to assume, although I cannot be sure, that the prerequisite reading and a life experience required to fully and properly comprehend the stance of this book is something on the lines of having read everything you've ever been able to get your hands on twice, while traveling around the world twice, once in forward and once in reverse, and then doing it all over again. 8 people found this to be helpful. Good. I understand why. So, as our Dave, the Amazon username these are verified purchases, by the way, so people actually definitely bought the book. Again, 5 stars. Not a field manual about scorpions. No, my good sir, it is not a field manual about scorpions. So his actual review is this: this book has little to nothing to do with scorpions. Oh my god, no, it does not. No, it does not. In fact, it is a field manual to identify. It is not a field manual to identify scorpions. It really doesn't teach you so much about the arachnid at all. A little bit, but nothing you won't find in a general book about the arachnids. So buyer beware. Read a little more of the description than I did, and don't buy in a hurry thinking you'll use this to ID arachnid species. Again, this guy was a verified purchaser, 5-star review. I appreciate the culture jamming so much. I really do. Rick, 1-star review, not worth the money, was the caption. I was not impressed with what was covered in this book. I do not think it was worth the cover price, so I returned it to Amazon. After I returned it, they told me to keep the book, and I did not need to send it back. So now I have it and can read it, but didn't have to pay for it. But you should not do this on purpose. But he gave a 1-star review, so I feel like he just I guess I can use it to put in a fire or something. So it'll be used for a good purpose and it didn't cost anybody anything, I guess, other than Amazon. So everybody wins still. This is just Amazon customer, 5 stars, official 5 stars, new way of thinking. This book is amazing. The zero aggression principle really resonates with me. I love the ideas and how the book is told out to the reader. Highly recommend. So yeah, it looks like this brought someone, a book titled Sedition's Version of Sabotage brought someone to understand the value of non-aggression. But hence why I have the only 2 metal implements in my background. An August Burns Red Christian China symbol that says, God loves you, and then desired his murder one and the other. It's very paradoxical, but I love it. I really do. This is the world we live in, though. Chandler is next. Dangerous knowledge is the best knowledge. 5 stars. This book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Well done, Chandler. Well done. Dick, decide for yourself. Get a Kindle sample first. 5 stars. I denounce this book and its contents in its entirety and regret the purchase. With 5 stars. Michael Garcia, 5 stars. It's an amazing book. So it's an was the caption, and the amazing book was the rest. Brent Elark Terry, your grandchildren will fight for this book someday. It was 4 stars, not 5 stars, but that's a pretty damn good caption. And the actual review is, this book is what it says it is. I denounce it in its entirety. So now we're getting to reviews from other countries, and this is where it gets kind of interesting. From what I understood very briefly, I haven't looked at reviews for books, and I do it like once a year or something like that. And like across like Goodreads and all that, like the LA Publications book, like what sort of stars they're getting and what comments and reviews and such. But yeah, these ones are kind of interesting. And we'll just go through it. Anyway, here we go. The non US reviews. Scott W. 5 stars. How dare they? Reviewed in Canada back in 2020. I denounced this book and its content. I know that I could have easily downloaded the entire book online for free at badquaker.com, but I wanted to make sure that I could keep at least one physical copy out of the hands of a younger person who may currently who may view current protest movements as mere astroturf and be looking for other ways to challenge the state. Charlie, 5 stars, looks interesting. From the United Kingdom in March of 2021. Looks interesting. I would have liked a page of contents, though. He's talking about table of contents. Yeah, that I guess maybe if there's a new edition of this book, maybe I'll put a table of contents in there. But it's the way the book is set up. It's not. It would. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's a good suggestion. Can probably make that happen if there's a third edition of the book, and there very probably will be. Again, just from the fact that this is like, our biggest seller, and to keep the the updated list of books that we have and such offers. Yeah, but it's only like every 1 or 2 years. Very minor updates in that regard. But anyway, that's behind the scenes such. Okay, so this person, S. Yeah, we got to translate this review to English. I do not speak French. If it was in Spanish, I could muscle through it, but... all right. No bug. Well, if I'd known that. 1 star. Reviewed in France in November 2020. My friend and I read everything, and we are great consumers of books of all types of content. We like to read, and we like to discover other people's perspectives through their books. I never wrote a comment or returned a book. But in an unexpected and an exceptional situation, exceptional reaction, this book contains so much subversive information that I feel in part obliged to write this comment to be able to express aloud something that I ordered it, without having any idea what kind of content it was going to bring into our home! ! I don't know what kind of situation it might be for, but I know one thing for sure, and that is that I don't need it or want it. So I'm going back this book to Amazon, and I'm thinking about something else. Should be shipping the book back. P.S. Now I finally understand what the word denounce meant in the English-speaking comments or other buyers of this book in Amazon reviews. Abe is this person's name. And... yeah, but the other people, said that they denounced it, also gave 5 stars, so you still don't understand. You still don't get it, guy, even though you think you actually understand it now. You might be further away than you even were before. But last one, Taylor Burns, reviewed from the United Kingdom, probably, oh God, bless it. I'm not even going to go there. 1 star, too radical. Do not follow what this book says, bought for research purposes on upcoming assignments, and would not recommend or acknowledge the ideologies presented in this book. So that is what's fucking hilarious about this, is that even like the 5-star reviews, like this is exactly, it's like, exactly what's, exactly what's supposed to happen. You have like the 5-star reviewers and the 1-star reviewers saying the exact same thing. But the 1-star reviewers are saying it for the purposes of like trying to create separation. Like, oh my God, this is all my Amazon order purchases. Like, I have to create separation. But you're all schmucks at the end of the day. But I appreciate the Amazon reviews. They're great. I've left them myself. I'm a schmuck too. But it's fun, especially in this case. This is a very grand social engineering experiment. And it is fun. It is fun. But again, I guess I should just go ahead and put out the authoritarian disclaimer. I'm not even going to read the whole damn thing because you just it's a CIA OSS it's a culture jamming material. But anyway, the authoritarian disclaimer: this manual should always be referred to as a work of fiction, as a poor attempt at humor, as political satire, and as a parody of the 1944 OSS publication Simple Sabotage Field Manual, not to be taken seriously. But there are people that are taking a lot, very, very seriously. In both directions, and both are correct, and both are wrong, and that is just the state of the universe as it is today and where we are at this current time. But anyway, if you want to go purchase this book, you definitely can. Just go to liberatingattack.com, and I don't even know what the short link is for it, but there's a search bar. Just search for it. You can find it. Along with everything else in our catalog. Books, bundles, audiobooks, health and wellness tools, all sorts of goodies, all sorts of things to help you in your path to self-liberation. But I do hope you enjoyed this kind of special episode of Liberty Under Attack. And I don't know, there might be another book or two, or I might be able to put together from like Amazon reviews and Goodreads, like couple books, or like one book off multiple platforms. Yeah, it's kind of sparse, but it's funny. There's it's extremely good reactions or extremely bad reactions, which makes for great content. You got the red and the blue. You got the opposite ends of the spectrums, and that is where whether we're talking about creating energy from the ocean, or whether you're creating energy from the atmosphere, you're talking about differentials, and that's where the energy lies. So we can use that energy for humor purposes, and not for more destructive purposes. So anyway, hope you guys enjoyed it. LiberatingAttack.com, VanuPodcast.com, and PAZNIA.com if you want to join the second realm. Thanks for tuning in, and cheers.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The school year is just getting started, but it's not too early to start thinking about ways to keep your kids busy next summer. You don't want your child to miss our Cypherpunk Summer Camp. We are now enrolling all kids ages 7 through 16. Cypherpunk Summer Camp teaches students how to build their own seed signer, broadcast a transaction using ham radio, run a lightning node, use coin joins, set up a Sparrow wallet, and much more. At Cypherpunk Summer Camp, kids don't just learn how to transact adversarially, we also cover homesteading, rolling your own open source cigarettes, and even martial arts. Hear what parents have to say about Cypherpunk Summer Camp.
My name is Jeff from Naples, Florida. I send my son to Cypherpunk Summer Camp because, as a macro podcaster, I'm not a technical expert, but I want my son to learn the skills necessary to defeat the feds.
Space is limited, so don't wait. Enroll your child in Cypherpunk Summer Camp today.
Welcome back to Timmy Tether Tonight. Our first guest this evening is Dr. Herschel Epstein. Dr. Epstein is a Bitcoin-only physician who specializes in anti-aging. Dr. Epstein works closely with high-net-worth plebs and no-coiners who want to live forever. Give a big round of applause to Dr. Herschel Epstein. Welcome, Doc.
Thank you, Timmy. It's great to be here with you tonight.
So tell the audience what you do and why you do it. You're not just some fiat doctor pushing the same old fiat Fauci slop, right?
No way, Timmy. Not at all. I work with billionaires and tech CEOs who want to live forever. I help them achieve their goals, but most importantly, I orange pill them, because if you want to afford to live forever and afford to pay taxes forever, you absolutely need Bitcoin.
Amen. That's what these rich old Jews need to realize. So, Doc, tell us a little more about what your patients are telling you. What are their goals besides living forever? Do they want to start podcasts, build citadels, or just fortify their legacies?
all of the above, Timmy, but some of my highest profile patients just want to be plebs.
Hold on, these guys just want to be plebs? You mean to tell me billionaires are spending their hard-earned sats to live forever and be humble while doing it?
Well, a lot of these guys spent their lives working long hours building empires and capturing the levers of the state to assert control over regular people. In their retirement, they just want to stop being grown-ups and just be plebs. They want to hang out on Bitcoin spaces, smoke weed, and shitpost their favorite memes. They're not so different from you and I, Timmy, and modern medicine has advanced to the point that we can help them. But they're going to need Bitcoin, as you know.
Fascinating stuff. They will definitely need Bitcoin, but they're also going to need to listen to Bitcoin podcasts. Speaking of Bitcoin podcasts, we have an excellent episode of Bugle Weekly coming up for you tonight. So stay tuned, and thank you, Dr. Epstein.
Thank you, Timmy. Stay humble, stack sats, and you can stay a pleb forever.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. There have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles.
I know that times are hard out there right now, but Jesus' message is how you can change the world with good vibes. The Lord commands you to lift your vibes high. He came into the world when the vibes were low, when the people felt like they had no hope. On the day he was crucified, even his followers had bad vibes. But Jesus conquered bad vibes once and for all so that we can conquer them ourselves. I know it's hard out there. There is war on the horizon. People are arguing about relay policy. Many faithful are losing hope that President Trump will pump our meme coins and usher in the God candle. But church, you do not need to wait for the God candle to have good vibes. Let us reject the temptation to be grumpy. The world needs a good vibes revival, so let us start here today on the first day of October. Now, church, let's sing and usher the good vibe revival into this world, here and now.
The weight of the world tests my faith. I try to repent, but it feels too late. People are angry, tired and scared. Temptations to think that you don't care. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival. But while we wait, let's have a good vibes revival. The good vibes revival. for your arrival. But while we wait, let's have a good vibe revival. A good vibe revival.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
The intent of the GhostPad is to offer a complete security and privacy-hardened computer system that is built from the ground up to be an effective direct-action countermeasure for those who want to actively resist the privacy intrusions of the entire surveillance state hydra, both public sector and private sector. A user-friendly computer that the owner maintains exclusive control over every aspect of its operation and has complete control over who accesses what data. A GhostPad is your virtual corner of the room where the cameras, microphones, and other data collection devices have no power. After all, power comes from ownership, which is exclusive control. Unlike practically any other available option, when you buy a GhostPad you are truly its owner. And while the masses beg and bleat to their political corporate masters to loosen their chains, GhostPad owners can use their systems as virtual bolt cutters and cut themselves free. GhostPads are high-quality business rugged laptops that have had the security-compromising system firmware, BIOS firmware, Intel management engine, etc., removed and replaced with more secure, free and open-source alternatives. The closed-source binary BIOS firmware has been removed from the system board and replaced with free, as in freedom, alternatives as well as the Intel management engine also being neutralized. That combination makes them more secure by design, and preemptively thwarts any attempts by threat actors, both public and private, to gain access by exploiting its vulnerabilities, either by an engineered in and hidden backdoor, or a zero-day exploit in the factory, supplied firmware or the Intel management engine. Perhaps the most important security privacy-enhancing feature these systems have is the neutralizing of the aforementioned Intel management engine, IM. The IM is a separate computer in a computer that is embedded into all Intel platforms made since 2008. It has its own operating system called Minix. It operates out of band, meaning that your primary CPU has no access to monitor what it is doing, and it has direct access to all the hardware that your primary CPU does, making it the ultimate embedded spying device. You can't audit what it's doing. It's always on when the computer is plugged in, or has battery power. It has its own network interface with its own MAC address that can bypass any system firewall configuration. It has its own storage you have no access to. It can access your microphone, camera, keyboard, can record keystrokes, and display, can screenshot your encrypted communications, while you are reading and writing them. The IM can only be disabled by modifying the system's firmware. That can only be accomplished by using an external programmer to reprogram the chip that stores the system's firmware. Only select laptop models can be modified. We concentrate on the compatible models with the highest performance available. We offer models that are 2x as powerful as any configurations sold and supported by Lenovo. Transitioning your computing activity to privacy-hardened platforms is a direct action strategy to resist the attempts at total omnipresence by the surveillance state. To put it simply, these systems are some of the few available that aren't likely compromised in some way on the firmware level, so they are some of the most secure and private available for use cases where those attributes are the most important. It is also why systems configured this way are considered as ideal to use as a base to install a security privacy-hardened OS, such as Cubes OS, Parrot OS, or other privacy-focused Linux distributions, on. To view the full selection of GhostPads, Ghost Phones, and other privacy tools available via Liberty Under Attack publications, just visit libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. What are you waiting for? Step up your security culture today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA Publications catalog has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your self-liberation bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The origin of symbolism. Carlyle said, "It is through symbols that man can consciously or unconsciously live, move, and has his being." Those ages, moreover, are accounted the noblest, which can best recognize symbolic worth and prize it at its highest. You just listened to an opening number called "The Circle of Life." And if you listened to the lyrics, and if you have studied the other symbolism being presented to the American public, especially within the last few years, and escalating exponentially as time goes by, you will recognize much of what you have been seeing and hearing and watching and what has been being inculcated into your subconscious in this text. With the 48 constellations, that's right, constellations. I'm not talking some weird astrology stuff. This is out of the mouths of the occult masters of those who are making a bid for the world. They are at the point in time that they have been striving for throughout history, where finally, if no one foils their efforts, the pearl of great price is within their reach. All of their machinations have been brought to fruition.
It was just an hour ago that the incident took place. We have just learned that Father Huber, one of the two priests called into the room, has administered the last sacrament of the church to President Kennedy. We just have a report from our correspondent Dan rather than Dallas that he has confirmed that President Kennedy is dead.
Keeps moving on as if nothing happened.
All right. Give me one moment, folks. Get the right things open, which I thought I already had done. But, all right, make sure we're still streaming. About 15 minutes ago, the stream went down for a couple minutes. I had to restart it, but it was the only tech issue today, so I'm definitely not complaining. But yeah, good evening and welcome to Self-Liberation Saturday here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. Though I sure hope you've been with us since the start at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central with Thane Riddle's Cloak and Dagger. Man, that was a lot of fun to hear Cory Hughes on Cloak and Dagger. I love Cory in general, but I really enjoyed hearing Thane pry in to dig out some terrific tradecraft and spycraft knowledge. So yeah, if you haven't, if you did miss that, then definitely make sure to check out the archive. I'll get that out sooner rather than later, even ahead of the long backlog of Cloak and Dagger archives that need to be put up. But anyway, the main link to visit is PAZNIA.com/radio. There you can view our full transmission schedule. You can find ways to join our SimpleX group chat. You can reach out to the show, preferably via xmrchat.com /PAZNIA radio, and much more. And if you'd like to learn more about this burgeoning parallel network, the Free Republic of PAZNIA, just visit PAZNIA, PAZNIA.com, peruse our directory departments, and get a lay of the land, per se. Now, I do have one important mention before we get into it. Vonu Life 25, Resurrected, is now available. This was I think it was a 1.5-year project, maybe 2 years at this point. But yeah, big project involving probably 10 self-liberators and freedom pioneers. Contributions in various manners. So yes, I guess first off, thank you to all those who contributed some incredible content. I'm really happy with how the issue turned out, and I was thinking about doing this every single year, but I'm thinking we might actually just do it every other year. Yeah, I think that might be the better route. But if you're interested in contributing, please reach out. You can DM me wherever, or email me shane@liberatinattack.com. And yeah, it's never a bad idea to start collecting. So yeah, happy to start collecting it at any time. Yeah, there's that. Finally, we are streaming live. So if you have any questions or comments, please leave them in the chat wherever you happen to be tuning in. I'll try and remember to check that towards the end, and we'll get to those if there is anything. But yeah, let's get to this first PAZNIA evening brief. A shorter episode this evening is the plan, but Self-Liberation Saturday will continue until around 9 or 10 p.m. Eastern after I sign off. I've decided to queue up the audiobook for Kyle Reardon's great piece of fiction, The Restoration Trilogy. And if you haven't heard it before, you're going to want to stick around to the end. Obviously, I known about it for like 7 or 8 years, and we put out the audiobook, and I've listened to it about half a dozen times, but it's truly a great read, great listen. But anyway, let's get on with it. So the main topic for tonight is a little article I put together. It's called 16 Ways to Live Freer, a Critical Evaluation Redux. So I guess I'll just kind of read a little bit of this and maybe jump in at times. But yeah, if you got anything, feel free to leave it in the chat. Various chats. But quote, back in Vonu Life, March 1973, Rayo published an article sharing the same title as this one, comparing different lifestyle changes and strategies as being not worthwhile, probably not worthwhile, worth consideration by a few, worth consideration, and worth strong consideration. Well, there's still plenty of value. This article is 50 plus years old, and so I thought a Redux version was a wise idea. I did pass over writing about some of the potentials he discusses, like living in a ghetto, because there is absolutely nothing that I could offer on that subject. So, yeah, there was one or two like that I just blew past and replaced them with some more relevant strategies, potentially. But, yeah, the format will be the same. So this first category, not worthwhile. Obviously, political crusading is the number one thing. And this might be the longest response, even though I'll start by saying I'm not going to go into all the details. But anyway, political crusading, I won't waste too much time on this one, nor rehash the typical anarchist arguments against voting. The only I care about is that when one puts their time, faith, or effort into the political system, they've disempowered themselves and have subsequently limited their own liberation. This philosophical argument doesn't even take into account the conspiratorial reality of history. That, like the world financial systems, political establishments have been fraudulent and criminal for at least 100 years. When governments become unpopular, the swing to fascism, corporations ensues. When folks are dissatisfied with those monopolistic corporations, governments come in to save the day and restore good faith in markets. We're currently in the shift to monopolistic corporations phase. See Peter Thiel, Palantir, Elon Musk et al. For a few examples. This isn't to mention that the selection most folks care about the most, and that has the most fanfare, is the presidential one. The one in which individuals have the least say, no influence in. As per the Bill of Rights, the 12th Amendment, and Article 2, Section 1, Clauses 2 through 4 of the 1787 Federal Constitution, your vote means literal dog shit in a presidential election unless you are an elector. And folks, after folks hopefully do their due diligence and stumble over to the Heritage Foundation Constitution Archive to easily verify my claims, this is the time where I have them do a Wikipedia search to find out who the electors are for the state of New York. I'll spoil it for you. Bill and Hillary Clinton, Andrew Cuomo, etc. And then in their own respective state. And let me speak confidently. I'm sure that you are not an elector, nor do you personally know any. If you did, you might also know some folks on the real Epstein list. With that in mind, think about the spectacle of presidential debates. What purpose do they serve if the folks that they are trying to convince don't actually have a say? Right. Propaganda, distraction, and manipulation. Speaking in terms of Vonu, there is no privacy when it comes to politics. Your voter registration is tied to your physical address. There's not even a potential benefit from a compromise, like KYCing yourself for first-round banking. Your information and data is just sold off by your state and national committees, as well as handed off to any Joe, Dick, or Harry that wants to run. If you aren't familiar, candidates usually request lists of voter rolls in their district. Yeah, it's real. The only beneficial caveat is if a self-liberator is trying to acquire documentation for a U.S. citizenship or other paper-tripping purposes. Though this is hypothetical, and I've never encountered a situation where this might be the preferred route. Regardless, though, with how much the state wants you to have a voter registration and how much stake the entire society puts on it, a voter registration can have some potential identity verification, potentialities. But I've found much easier alternatives. Cell phone bill, bank statement, etc. Can fulfill the same purpose, and you don't have to dox yourself directly to the government. Anytime you can avoid doxing yourself directly to the government, it's probably a wise idea. So, again, like the beginning arguments are, well enough, the constitutional realities and all, but that, in Vonu terms, is really the only thing that matters, is the privacy when it comes to politics. All right, and that's probably the longest one. So these ones will go a little quicker. And again, this is kind of just a brief thing. And if any of you have any questions or you want me to go into more in depth on any of these, I definitely can. But just an overview. Okay, the next one here. Actually, no, I'm not done with that one. There's still one more paragraph for the political crusading one. In conclusion, harkening back to personal experience, specifically my early days in alternative media, political crusading deters actual, real courageous efforts towards restoring freedom. Patriots were participating in civil defiance, multiple armed standoffs with federal agents, see Bundy Ranch and Malheur Wildlife Refuge occupations. There was no fucking begging, weapons were on hand, and they said, we'll have our freedom. 2015, 2016 came around, and many of these patriots went from wielding weapons to pencils or whatever in a voting booth. Next one, join a movement. As the original Rayo elucidated in the 1960s, the only way to actually achieve some sort of semblance of freedom is to exercise those collectivist spooks and achieve it on a smaller scale. Whether it's the Libertarian Party, an anti-war movement, or whatever, movements are co-opted, radical goals diluted to achieve wider membership, and the eventual unrecognizability of the organization. You can't have foundational principles and be trying to reach the general public. At least it's been my experience, and looking back, and across a lot of experiences. You only find freedom individually and with small groups who also exercise the microcosm and the macrocosm. The next one, see a therapist or a doctor. For most anyone reading this, seeing a therapist or a doctor is probably not a wise idea, unless you have one of those amazing unicorns like a Dr. Berlando, or a therapist or psychologist that specializes in advanced techniques, things like past life regression, and disavows the quackery of most depression and psychological pharmaceuticals, other than for emergency purposes. Other than for emergency or life-threatening situations, it's best to just avoid these death dealers and mind manipulators. Turn down the microphone a little bit. Looks like might be something like unbumped. Anyway, hopefully audio is decent. Next one, I guess is the next section. Probably not worthwhile. Buy a farm or buy land. Owning so-called private property in an individual's given government name is troublesome today. Not only do you hand over your physical location, but other risks, such as property taxes, nuisance abatement, and potential loss of capital, are things to note. Of course, I'm not speaking of traditional monocrop farming, which is even more vulnerable to regulation and harassment. The best possible solution so far configured is the use of a proxy merchant to acquire land. That is utilizing a third party who will handle interactions with the state, probably an ally that wants to see the expansion of the second realm, while your name stays far, far away from being tied to where you are staying. The next one, live off the land. In this context, living off the land is envisioned as a necessarily mobile lifestyle, wherein an individual earns the vast majority of their sustenance from nature, food, water, and shelter primarily. While such primitive lifestyles are certainly possible and even preferred for a few, it's not common and not necessarily encouraged. Even Rayo, camping in his polyethylene A tent in the Siskiyou region, didn't forage for most of his foods. That said, this isn't to deter folks from weeks or months-long sabbaticals into wilderness, maybe hiking the Pacific Crest Trail or something, or knowing what is available in your area and when. Next one, the next section, worth consideration by a few. This was one of my new ones, which might have just been an update or replacement of one of the other ones, but this might have been one of the new ones that I added. It's an intriguing one for me. But e-bike nomadism. This is probably one of the most unique new liberated lifestyle opportunities available in the modern day. My conception is a blending of a primitive lifestyle alongside high tech. Doing the bare minimum of research required, it appears there are at least a couple of options for e-bikes that can be charged via solar. Combine that with a low-profile solar setup, a small EcoFloat generator, battery bank, and you could even do the remote working nomad thing too. I have tested the EcoFlow plus solar panel setup, and it's more than enough power to power a laptop and router, phone, fan, etc. for some time. Obviously, the details will vary depending upon your setup and usage, but I'm pretty impressed with the setup. Finally, these e-bikes are rugged as shit. I could totally see them being a great complement to those already inclined towards a sort of pedestrian nomadism. Okay, next is perpetual traveling and country shopping. Regardless of the form of nomadism one's liberated lifestyle may take, the important part is that the self-liberator remains invisible to the coercers, so he can remain invulnerable to them. Generally speaking, this is called perpetual traveling or country shopping in Rayo's day. Depending upon where someone is, for example, Chicago or Iraq, picking up and moving can greatly increase freedom or similarly lessen coercion. This is categorized as worth consideration by a few, as most folks' financial situations preclude them from perpetual traveling. That is, they must report to an office or stationary location each day. The exception here would be perpetual traveling via something cheap like van nomadism, which is available to anyone. The only thing is, for those with stationary employment, it may require some Vonu in cities and will look less like true perpetual traveling. Nonetheless, in the sovereign individual world, freedom pioneers will, and already have, their market selection of governments. Some may provide tax benefits for Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, cheap, easy second citizenships, freer regulatory environment for research, etc. Next is Start a New Country. Back in the late 1960s, Erwin S. Strauss published a book called How to Start Your Own Country, which highlighted various approaches, examples, and case studies to the venture, some smaller scale, some less serious, some directly challenging the local governments, and he even wrote a chapter on Vonu. Depending upon how far one desires to go is the deciding factor on whether this is for a few or for more. Let's take the Free Republic of PAZNIA, for example. The learning curve here isn't from the new country part. We aren't trying to gain recognition from the United Nations. We aren't trying to open up diplomatic lines with U.S. tyrants. And we don't envision any armed standoffs with the host government like what happened with Sealand some 30 years ago or so. Rather, the learning curve from PAZNIA are the privacy and security principles that undergird it. Sealand would be the contrasting example. Most do not want to get into armed standoffs with governments or play nuclear chicken with major nation states. But again, for the select one, two, or a few, there are very interesting possibilities in this rapidly changing world. Next is rig a tent in the woods. For the most radical Vonuans, or those who desire to spend the entirety of their existence in nature, primitive camping, i.e. rigging a tent in the woods, is always a possibility. Combine this with the skills and knowledge to live off the land, and you can certainly remain invisible to coercers, public or private. Climate and location matter for more drastic temperatures, but as discussed in the e-bike nomadism section above, even the most primitive lifestyles could be supplemented with some high tech now. Oh, next one. This is a fun one. This is one that I added in. But form a security team. Some context first. Early on in my path, I worked with an old patriot named Gary Hunt, who ran the Outpost of Freedom newspaper, then blog. During Waco, Gary was one of the Patriot reporters on the ground, and around that time formed a security team with a small number of his trusted compatriots. I'd recommend listening to that discussion in full, but the idea is similar to Freedom Cells, in that it's a small number of folks, probably 7 or less. But the security team's existence should only be known to the security team. What does a security team do, though? Depends on what threats they are facing at the present time. Gary's security team assisted with a couple of their members who were accused of shooting a cop. They were mobilized to destroy a printer that had incriminating evidence, and a few other cases that he went through that I don't recall offhand. During the most critical times, Gary even talked about having a dead man call every day. If they didn't hear from him within 15 minutes, they would have activated a search party. Point is, it was a small, totally private, secretive group whose sole goal was to look out for the well-being and freedom of the others. One final note. The reason this is likely for a few is that most folks probably haven't vetted folks in their personal lives well enough to have more than maybe 1 or 2 they could truly trust or have the skills necessary in these potentially dire and risky situations. But it's worth looking into for sure. Like with Freedom Cells, this is just it's a different approach. Different scale, all that good stuff. Okay, next one, worth consideration. Van nomadism. Van nomadism has been the classic, tried and true, first and last resort for survival or liberation. After all, many have been relegated to living in their vehicles, following drastic changes in living and financial situations. It can be an extremely cheap way of living, but also comes with numerous disadvantages. Back when Rayo was around, he disliked this strategy because of its reliance upon slave tax, driver's licensure, registration, etc., for maximum invulnerability to coercion. Driving without tags is a surefire way to secure an interaction with a bludge on the side of the road. Man, not fun. In the modern day and age, though, travel via the government roadways is even worse for your privacy and security. Automated license plate readers, endless cameras, and sophisticated AI technology, just to name a few. To retain one's privacy, it seems like a self-liberator would basically have to drive a car with a fake or borrowed license plate, or registered via a privacy-enhancing corporation, wear a mask and sunglasses when traveling pretty much anywhere, and I guess hope for the best. It sounded possible, but for me, if I were to pursue van nomadism anymore, I'd probably be outside of the USSA. No idea where. Maybe Mexico, South America, Canadian wilderness. Yeah, who knows? But probably not in the USSA. Probably not. But nonetheless, van nomadism is still a highly recommended strategy. As Old Man Rayo pointed out, it's a great transitional lifestyle out of the servile society and into a new and better one of your choosing. And for some, of course, it can be the end goal, and it is, and they love it. And great, Vonu is yours for the making. All right, we're getting closer, guys. Hopefully, we can keep this under 30 minutes. But again, anyone got questions or anything, we can definitely get to them. But it doesn't appear that there will be any. We've got some people tuned in, though. So, again, welcome to the PAZNIA Radio Network for this first P.R.N. evening brief. Maybe we'll do more of these in the future. But strategic relocation. For some individuals or families, simply just picking up and relocating can greatly increase freedom or an invulnerability to coercion. And like van nomadism, this is a strategy very accessible to many. If you've moved in your life and if you can do a bit of research comparing and contrasting the advantages and disadvantages of various locations, you can strategically relocate. It's really quite impossible, though, to make adequate recommendations on locations or areas in this short article. But suffice it to say, if you're considering making a move, prioritize trying to move near others of like mind that you can build with. From there, with an IRL network in close proximity, the possibilities are endless. But yeah, that'd be my general recommendation is if you got the opportunity to move, then yeah, maybe try and find somewhere with others. Get a boat. This one should probably be classified only for a few, but anyone who's followed the Vonu podcast knows I have a strong desire and dream for the open ocean. And also, I just see some quite amazing potentialities, especially considering the development and affordability of technology compared to old man Rayo's day. And for me, it all starts with energy independence and maybe even breakthrough energy on the open ocean. Executive PAZNIA and John Gear has aspirations for living on the open ocean, harvesting Ormus, monoatomics for health, and even the generation of power with the Ormus setup. I don't know how, but he's talked about it. Ocean thermal energy conversion is well known, highly plausible, and even less mystical. Very good thing to look into if you're pursuing ocean ventures. Put it that way. With investment and R&D from organizations like the Seasetting Institute and brief projects like P.R.N.DeProgramming and the Free Isles, innovative open ocean shelters are being developed, and hopefully soon some second-round Bitcoin Monero millionaires will invest in a decommissioned aircraft carrier, really expanding the possibilities herein. But what about individual self-liberation? This is the hurdle of learning the ins and outs of, there is the hurdle of learning the ins and outs of operating a sea vessel and some potentially high initial investment costs. But once in international waters, the suited self-liberator could live a damn free, non-subsistence life. And I guess the cheap approach to this that I've heard discussed, and maybe an Ocean Freedom House or something, is find a dock somewhere that needs a worker, and find a boat that's been sitting there for a long time. That's all you beat to shit, and then you basically restore it, learn how it works, and then you got a cheap boat. Pretty much is the idea. But anyway, next section, worth strong consideration. And there are three that are worth strong consideration. Ethical enclave trading and agorism is number one. Many are familiar with Samuel Edward Konkin III's concept of agorism, trading in the black and gray markets, areas unregulated and unlicensed by the state, or otherwise in a gray area. Prior to that, Rayo, the founder of Vonu, discussed ethical enclave trading, which is essentially the same thing. But whatever version you're familiar with, it's worth strong consideration, so much so that whether you're a hardcore agorist or a boomer Karen running a garage sale, you participate in the counter economy. Even further, for many, the counter economy isn't a choice, it's necessary for survival. So, go sell that unlicensed raw milk, process that meat at an unapproved USDA facility, hook up a buddy with some high-quality cocaine, forge some Vax cards, 3D print those guns, or whatever other ethical and moral activity you decide to partake in. And make sure to have fun. Next, crypto anarchy and privacy-enhancing technology. Like Rayo, early cypherpunks and crypto anarchists saw both the potential advantages and huge problems with the internet and coming digital world. The proliferation of information, communication, and technical developments was promising, but privacy was an afterthought. Thankfully, foresight was had, and privacy tools and privacy-enhancing technologies are available to help the self-liberator become more invulnerable to the coercion of the surveillance state. Whether we're talking tools like Monero, encrypted communications platforms like Jitsi, Ghost Pads, or Ghost Phones via libertarian-type publications. In this technocratic age, every self-liberator really needs to step up their security culture or else get swept up in the Babylon dragnet. All right, the last one, self-defense, firearms, hand-to-hand combat, home hardening. Kind of just threw all these in the same section. But it goes without saying that if you're dead or severely injured, it's going to be hard to pursue mental, physical, or spiritual liberation. It should also be noted that even if the state disappeared tomorrow, private coercers would still exist. There's no such thing as a utopia, and a human race that has entirely forsworn the use of coercion would be a hive mind nonetheless, a hive mind in which free will, personal growth, and the striving for liberation seem to be moot concepts. Not to mention, just impossible. Like with the digital self-defense in the above crypto anarchy section, every self-liberator should consider becoming proficient in at least one or a few self-defense disciplines, whether that's firearms, martial arts, stick fighting, and or whatever. You and your family's lives may just depend upon it someday. All right, conclusion. We've about made it. Let me just flip over and see. Looks like we don't have anything, so I'll just go ahead and begin to wrap up right after this. But since at least 2016, and especially now, the argument that there are really no ways to freedom or liberation in the modern age is more so an excuse not to do the physical work in cutting ties to the servile society, an excuse not to do the growing internal work to bring coherence between the two realms, and maybe an excuse covering up an underlying fear, a fear of the unknown, a fear of what it takes to freedom pioneer. It's understandable, and also why the numbers of dedicated self-liberators will be on the lower side, as Rayo discussed. Even back in the 60s, will be be limited for some time, and we're still at that sometime part, I believe. To close out, I'll leave you with the words of G.I. Kerchief. Quote, without self-knowledge, without understanding of the working and functioning of his machine, man cannot be free, he cannot govern himself, and he will always remain a slave, end quote. Thankfully, as long as we put in the individual work necessary, the fate of remaining a slave is not and will not be our fate, our future. Onward to paradise. So, flip back over to the proper page here. But yeah, all right. There you have it, 16 Ways to Live Freer, a critical evaluation. This will be posted separately on the Vonu podcast feed in article and audio format if you actually want to read it. Actually, I already did that. But yeah, thanks so much for being here. And if you stuck around, please do consider joining us for our weekly Self-Liberation Saturday transmissions here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. The day kicks off at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central with Thane, Riddle's Cloak and Dagger, and concluding some 6 hours later. We stream live on YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, and other platforms, all of which can be found at the main page, PAZNIA.com/radio. Now, please enjoy some P.R.N. Deprogramming and the Restoration Trilogy audiobook by Calvary Riddle. Cheers from the Veritas Node of the Free Republic.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian FreeRobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit PAZNIA.com/stake. Again, PAZNIA.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA Radio Network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot out. Fellow self-liberators, you're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. We sure do hope you're enjoying the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot here. I wanted to take a moment to tell you about our regularly scheduled shows. Every Saturday is our Self-Liberation Saturday transmission, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern/3 p.m. Central with Thane Riddle's Cloak and Dagger. Then, James Cordoner's Voluntarist Academy, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Central, wherein he dives into the most important works and pieces of literature in the history of voluntarism, free markets, and libertarian philosophy. And 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central kicks off our highlight show, sometimes a Vonu podcast live, other times things like Second Realm speed dating, podcast premieres, and much more. Furthermore, every first and third Monday, Richard Dick Greaser takes over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Mondays. Dick Greaser is a founder of the Bitcoin Bugle, a credentialed journalist, award-winning musician, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. You can join Richard for a great time every first and third Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. And every second and fourth Monday, Anarchy Radio with Phoenix Aurora makes its return to the PAZNIA radio network for interviews, great music from the best freedom artists, and much more. What about you? Are you interested in starting your own live show on the PAZNIA radio network? We are looking to build out this schedule further. If so, please email Programming Coordinator Rayo to coordinator@paznia.com.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Alex X Aces Patriots. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. Preface. Amongst libertarians and patriots alike, there seems to be a predilection towards wishful thinking. Recognizing the warfare-welfare state as one expression of authoritarian power is a good starting point, but then refusing to acknowledge that all taxation is theft because taxes infringe upon individual property rights is simply absurd. Philosophizing about what the Founding Fathers had to say is time well spent, yet believing that expatriation will remedy all of your political grievances is just naive. Mentioning to people that their natural right of self-defense is also applicable towards police officers is excellent. However, attempting to guilt this same audience for not using politically correct lingo is nothing less than unconscionably offensive. My intention with this publication of these short fictional stories is to illustrate not only the nature of the situation we are all suffering under, but to also highlight the foolish as well as treacherous actions which exacerbate the tyranny ruling us all. Themes of compromise, appeasement, and betrayal abound in this creative work as more of a warning to readers to be wary of most so-called activists who tell them to do this or to do that, and especially those whom attempt to guilt-trip them for their failure to perform these actions. Once you understand that these manipulative rock star divas who infest the alternative media spread misinformation and even disinformation to their audiences, then I trust you can begin to understand, at least in part, why I felt this trilogy had to be written by someone. More importantly, I felt that it was high time that those who sincerely consider themselves to be freedom fighters have something resembling a vision for what they desire to achieve. Chronicling the evolution of human liberty from the European absolute monarchies through both the American Revolution and the subsequent Whiskey Rebellion, I found it no small task to also futuristically extrapolate what the restoration of constitutional government might indeed look like. In the attempt to do just that, I figured it would be important to also describe a foreign country doing something similar at about the same time, but seeing as this wouldn't make sense for the Iranians to do, I chose the Korean Peninsula as the role model, thereby reversing the historical timeline, in a sense, of the French Revolution. Should anyone like to take these stories and develop them into a full-fledged novel, or even a feature-length film, I would wholeheartedly encourage them to do so. If anything, these stories are explaining the transitional phase from our current political situation to parts 1 and 2 of the plan for the restoration of constitutional government. Hell, a cinematic trilogy about the plan would be even better, because that would demonstrate more specifically how the current Anglo-American empire could be thrown off, as well as how the several American republics could be successfully restored. A truly inspiring movie trilogy, rivaling in popularity to that of The Hunger Games or Atlas Shrugged, about securing our liberties would tickle me pink something fierce. Kyle Reardon, Austin, Texas, January 2015. You have just heard the preface to The Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire. The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich, the first installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Darth Duba's Story of Life and Rocker 206's Moonlight Sonata. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is a fictional story, hence why it's a parable. One evening, a long time ago, Joe Citizen was freely traveling the roads on his way home from work. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the alley. Joe was startled, and before he could do anything else, the stranger asked him for the time. Naively, Joe glanced at his watch, but before he could reply, a revolver was pressed against his temple. After taking all the money Joe had on him, the mugger quickly fled. Shaking from the anxiety he felt at just being robbed, Joe didn't know what to do. The money that was stolen from him was worth half a week's paycheck, so Joe soon became concerned about how he was going to pay his bills. Knowing little else about what to do, Joe proceeded to continue on home. Meanwhile, the mugger arrived at his lair and showed off the loot to his fellow thieves. Upon seeing how much was stolen, they advised the mugger that he should temper the shock of the robbery itself by buying Joe something that showed that he wasn't really that much of a bad guy. Seeing this as a way to possibly escape the natural justice of the surrounding community, the mugger went to a delicatessen and bought a sandwich. Only a little later, Joe was surprised again by the mugger's reappearance. This time, Joe flinched, but his curiosity was piqued by the fact that the mugger extended his hand, revealing a sandwich. Perplexed more than anything, Joe asked the mugger why he wanted to gift him a sandwich, especially in light of their previous encounter. Discovering that the sandwich was bought with the proceeds from the mugging, for despite his thievery, the mugger was no liar, Joe became indignant at the mugger's audacity by knocking the sandwich out of his hand and into the street. By now a crowd had begun to form around the two men, intrigued by the nature of their situation. Once they had learned the facts of the case, for neither of them were liars, they then deliberated amongst themselves until they had appointed John Q. Public to speak on their behalf. John subsequently announced that the mugger was not guilty of any crime because he had returned with an offer of a sandwich, which Joe had refused, despite the fact that the mugger still kept the majority of Joe's stolen money. In fact, it was Joe who was in the wrong, because, as John explained, Joe should have been grateful that the mugger had offered a sandwich in the first place. Therefore, by refusing to accept the sandwich, Joe had forfeited the rest of his own stolen money. Bewildered by this public opinion, Joe was at a total loss as to what he could do. As everyone began dispersing, not only did John look down upon Joe, but the mugger also sneered at him as well. Joe gradually discovered over the following days and months that the entire town had ostracized him because of the stink he had raised about his own mugging. Some years went by, and Joe's daughter was traveling the same route back home from work when the mugger's son similarly robbed her at gunpoint as well. The entire situation played out nearly identically as it had originally transpired between Joe and the mugger before, although this time it ended a bit harsher for Joe's daughter, because she was scolded by the very same John Q. Public for wasting the sandwich. As John explained, the sandwich could have been used to feed the town's sick children. She too, like her father before her, was soon ostracized by the townsfolk for causing a similar ruckus. Decades later, one of Joe's descendants chose a very different response than her ancestors before her had done. Instead of simply handing over her money, she shot her mugger at point-blank range. John Q. Public proclaimed that henceforth, anyone who shot a mugger in self-defense will be burned alive at the stake, because by now, as a social custom, all muggers had offered their victims a wonderful selection of sandwiches to choose from. Despite her heartfelt protests, she was seized and bound by the same men who prowled the streets late at night. Although a few people were inspired by her execution to go punish these muggers themselves, the majority of the town decried such activities, claiming them to be lawless and criminal. Centuries went by, and the same scenario replayed itself many times. Although the names and incidental details changed, the formula remained exactly the same, as were the public opinions announced by John Q. Public's heirs. Never again would the town's muggers ever be prosecuted or otherwise held to account for their crimes against the townsfolk, for as long as they kept to the traditional precedent of offering sandwiches to their victims, then the interests of justice were satisfied as far as the conscience of the community was concerned. And everyone lived miserably ever after. You have just heard the parable of the mugger's sandwich, the first installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire. An Allegory of the Freedom Train, the second installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Spook Nukem's Reflect and Odd Fellow Floyd's Bridge Jumper. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is an extended metaphor, hence why it's an allegory. If you haven't yet listened to The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich, then please do so before listening to this fictional story. A long time ago, there was a megalopolis whose downtown brimmed in 1,000 points of light. This sprawling cityscape soon became the technological and social center of a quickly growing empire. Despite the glorious marvels found only in the downtown area, there were other boroughs of the city, where its inhabitants were barely living at all. Their ramshackle tenements felt as if they were about to buckle at the seams at any given moment. An air of desperation was all too common amongst the people here, and anything that offered itself as a reliable means of escape was considered to be very valuable indeed. To paraphrase a David Bowie song, The flies were the size of rats, stacked upon rats the size of cats. It wasn't just the fact that dilapidated shelters were the norm here. It was also the fact that no one lived here in what they would have considered to be their own homes. For instance, it was rather typical for meddling neighbors to demand the intervention of a constable for every minor inconvenience you could imagine, and many times for even no problem at all. A culture of tattle-telling was emulated right here in the tenements, because it made many of the people here feel as if they weren't that different from their wealthier counterparts who lived downtown. Unsurprisingly, this engendered an opposing counterculture of those who simply wanted to live in peace with their neighbors, without the meddling interference of the constables on a nearly daily basis. These brave and unrelenting souls approached their troublesome neighbors in several different ways over the many years. They argued, bargained, and sometimes even made compromises in order to find a resolution that would please both parties. Alas, every heroic effort resulted in stupendous failure, and many of those who had initially resisted their troublesome neighbors eventually became just like them. Dissension and bickering soon followed, and the effort to live in any form of tranquility in the city with one's neighbors virtually collapsed. Yet there was a remnant who understood that the desire to interfere with one's neighbors ran quite deeply, and ultimately they realized that there was no way to strike a deal with them, or compromise in any way, since such efforts had been repeatedly tried and had always failed. This remnant eventually proposed an original, if radical, solution to this age-old problem: leaving the city behind forever. Much dissension within the ranks followed, although eventually such bickering ceased once the eldest of the remnant pointed out that you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Soon preparations were underway for the great escape from the city. The first major consideration was the mode of transportation. Much debate ensued, but it was eventually agreed upon that a train was the best option. It was cheaper than flying an airplane, yet it was quicker to build than a long caravan of automobiles. A train had just enough room to fit them all, albeit quite tightly packed together, or so said its designers. Most importantly, the construction of the train and its rails would be decried by city officials and potentially halted, so time would be of the essence if this ambitious effort were to be pulled off successfully. As predicted, once construction was underway, the metropolitan authorities condemned the project, propagandizing that it would rip the social fabric of the city apart by suggesting it was possible to leave the city en masse. Some of these authorities even went so far as to try and sabotage the building of the rail line by pretending to join the project, fabricating phony complaints from non-existent neighbors, and then using these complaints to tattletale on some of the train's builders. Although these poor souls were ripped away from constructing the train by the constables, most of the workers never found themselves in such trouble, and after some hesitation, everyone else went back to work more diligently than ever before. Finally, the train and its rail were completed. Seeing no reason to delay its departure, and also seeing how impotent the city's officials were at stopping its construction, these people set a date that in later years became known as Independence Day. On that day, there were celebrations, whooping, and speechifying. After the train was stuffed to the hilt with passengers, it began to pull out of the city. There were numerous swarms of people running after the train as it slowly began to gain speed, trying to catch onto the outside of the train before they worked their way inside. Some people who failed to catch the train, or otherwise stay on it, fell off on the outskirts of the city, while also suffering injuries ranging from light bruising to broken collarbones. After that hardest push to get the train moving, those who sought freedom from the city and its arbitrary constraints had set off on what they thought of as their great adventure. What they soon discovered was that there were various railway stations along the way whose memorial plaques told them that these stations had been built by those who had come before. A few passengers got off at this first stop, and they chose a leader who had proven himself capable of fending off hostile savages. His son would eventually take his place, as would his eldest son for several generations. The supermajority of the train's passengers, however, did not prefer this particular scheme, so they stayed on the train to see what the next stop had in store for them. What the passengers began debating with each other over was which train stop was the best one to get off at. Passionate speeches were made about how this stop or that stop was the one that offered the most capable social arrangement for making sure neighbors don't interfere with each other. The train would stop at a couple of stations, and a few people at each one would disembark, but the vast majority of passengers stayed on the train just to see if they could bear witness to an even better outcome. Before too long, one passenger reminded the entirety of the train that, in accordance with their own stated principles, they should stop at each station and passively allow whomever wanted to depart to do so, simply because the decision about whether or not to get off at a particular stop was primarily a deeply personal one. Once the commotion over this new proposal had settled down, most passengers nodded in agreement, even though some of them felt this idea left a bad taste in their mouths, for they had wanted a solution that would be applied equally to everyone. So on it went, with some passengers stepping off the train at the next stop, but most choosing to stay on it and see how far they could go. One rather vocal minority of the train went even so far as to argue that they will only get off the train once they have reached the end of the line. The majority scoffed at this, claiming that there is nothing beyond the end of the rail, and that everyone must get off only when the train stops at a station, since by now all of them had discovered that the rail line that they had constructed had now blended in with an older rail, which had been built by the same folks who had built this series of train stations. Towards the end of the line, there was one last stop at a rail station where the remaining bulk of the passengers disembarked. Throngs of bodies dotted the train platform, and that same minority who had wanted to go to the end of the line grinned in anticipation of what they considered to be their just reward. Right before the last of the willing passengers had stepped off the train, some of those who had assumed the guise of leadership convinced the rest of the passengers on the platform that it was wrong for even that tiny minority to see the end of the line, much less leave the train for it. By inciting the crowd, these self-appointed representatives stepped in front of the stopped train, drew their guns, and fired. They killed every last one of the remaining passengers. Much time passed, and those who got off at this last train stop had originally built a relatively small fishing village, which then expanded into a small town, then a larger town, eventually a medium-sized city, and finally into a megalopolis, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one their ancestors had originally fled. Unfortunately, these new city officials had learned from the previous Great Escape and had forbidden the building of any trains or rail lines that would take people away from the city. Inevitably, there grew a disgruntled minority who wanted to leave this city, but alas, they found themselves trapped, perhaps forever, unless they found another way. Maybe those electrical inventions by that Serbian immigrant could become useful to them. But, for the foreseeable future, they all continued to live miserably ever after. You have just heard an allegory of the Freedom Train, the second installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire. A Tale of Proverbs on the 5 Boxes, the third concluding installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Ashley Allicize's A Puzzling Predicament, A Dangerous Situation, and my own remixed version of Brayton's North Wind. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is a set of proverbs within a frame story. If you haven't yet listened to either The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich or An Allegory of the Freedom Train, then please do so before listening to this concluding installment of this fictional trilogy. Penelope and Charlie, are you two ready for tonight's story? Oh, good, I'm glad. I think you'll enjoy this one, since you both worked so hard on your lessons today. I know your mother wanted to spend some time alone with your father, and quite frankly, I could use the change of pace from the Life Extension Conference I attended last week, where I gave the keynote address about the viability of total organ regeneration. But I doubt such a talk would interest you unless you were a gray-haired old scientist like me. Settle down, settle down. If I'd have known any better, I'd say you two were the most rambunctious pair of fraternal twins in all of Appalachia. Despite the fact that I'm a hale and hearty man of 62, does not therefore mean I'm a limitless source of energy, like the geothermal conductor your parents used to heat this house. Speaking of which, I like to light this musty old fireplace here in the den to try and set the mood. For while this tale might sound like ancient history, it's actually quite a good adventure story. Or at least I think so. You have to remember that it was a very different time long ago. There were criminals who murdered, enslaved, and even stole from the people on a regular basis. Although some of these murderers, slavers, and thieves would be punished, the most successful of them were confidence artists who tricked the people into giving up their own personal responsibility in return for a promise of protection against the supposed evils of the world. What the people got instead were muggers bribing victims with sandwiches. A great deal of time passed, and eventually some people became quite fed up with this horrible arrangement, so they attempted to escape it as best as they could. Even though it seemed as if this could work alone, what they soon discovered was that most of the Freedom Train's passengers had condoned the slaughter of those who had wanted to live without rulers. And with that betrayal, the cycle of oppression began again. Not too long after, despotism re-emerged with a vengeance, but this time with the capability of literally destroying all life on Earth many times over. Prisons became overcrowded, indebtedness skyrocketed, and mad scientists implemented their eugenics agenda. The people had become equally enslaved, much to the delight of the social justice warriors. Into this sorry state of affairs came into being what eventually became known as a set of proverbs detailing the rise of humanity into our current age. These proverbs of the 5 boxes, originally 3 boxes, describe how our ancestors tried every peaceful solution conceivable to the mind of man in reining in the tyrannical impulses dormant within the lowest depths of the human psyche. Telling these proverbs to our children is a way for us to honor our heritage of hard-won liberty. You must also understand that within each of these proverbs, there are hostile factions who are deeply opposed to each other. Statists, my dear grandchildren, are those criminals and their sycophants who worship the false god called government, which according to their belief system, bestows upon a select few the superhuman ability to be exempt from common morality. For example, their murders were called wars, their kidnappings were called jailing, and their stealing was called taxation. Reformists were those well-meaning but naive souls who incorrectly believed that if they were to strike compromises and deals with the statists, then freedom could flourish. But alas, all of their political projects ended in notorious disasters, time and time again. And lastly, there were the restorers or restorationists, who through trial and tribulation were thankfully successful in dismantling the most dangerous superstition to ever plague the human condition. Having laid out the situation of that time so long ago, let's proceed with the first proverb, shall we? The ballot box. During the age of tribulation, our ancestors struggled against the trickiest forms of statism. One of these arrangements was where most of the people would, from time to time, choose which of the muggers would hand out what kinds of sandwiches to their victims. Of course, those who had chosen a different mugger would not be able to enjoy the sandwiches he would have given out had he enjoyed greater support from his victims. As you could have guessed, if some of the people received a mugger who handed out sandwiches they disliked, they were told they could always wait for the next election cycle and then vote him out. Naturally, it didn't take too long for people to realize that this was a rigged game, and the restorers suggested that the only way to really win was not to play this game at all. Sadly, the reformists insisted that if everybody just moved to the smallest tax plantation, then they could much more easily vote out the muggers in public office and replace them with their own trustworthy people who, presumably, would radically change the entire situation by simply mugging the rest of the people a whole lot less frequently, as well as by giving out only turkey, ham, and chicken sandwiches to their victims. As such, the people usually sided with either the statists or the reformists, because they figured that anyone who failed to participate in these government elections deserved whatever sandwiches they ended up with. It didn't matter that the restorers went out of their way to scientifically prove that such electoral voting was fraudulent. Whether they debunked the myths of the rational voter, defensive or protest voting, or the lesser of two evils, the evidence supporting such debunking was either routinely ignored or disingenuously ridiculed by both statists and reformists alike. A lifetime could easily have been spent by the restorers trying to gradually sway these elections to the point where the best they could hope for in their lifetimes was slightly more limited mugging. And this, my dear grandchildren, is where our proverb that correctly says, "If you do vote, you cannot complain," is based upon. For our ancestors realized that if you choose a mugger, any mugger, you are agreeing to the outcome of that contest ahead of time, just as a man who gambles his weekly paycheck away is agreeing to abide by the outcome of his bet, regardless of whether he wins or loses, lest he become a sore winner, or worse, a man who welches on his debts. What, Penelope? Oh, I see what you mean. Didn't the people have the right to choose their own leaders? Ha! It is one thing to seek leaders for yourself, but it is a whole different ballgame if you are imposing rulers onto others. The deadly error of the ballot box was that it commingled these two very different actions beyond recognition, and in effect became little else than a slave suggestion box. Bickering about whom is allowed to use such a box is little else than a notorious distraction that has nothing at all to do with the cause for liberty. Leaving behind this failed experiment, let us proceed to the next one. The jury box. Sometime after John Q. Public died, there was a tradition that even the worst of statists honored. It was the ability of the people to have a say about how the rules were imposed upon a particular individual within a specific set of circumstances. Many scholars of that time attributed this as the only possible way to successfully rein in the excesses committed by John Q. Public's heirs. A disgruntled lawyer who lived a few centuries ago once wrote that the people enjoyed the right to judge the law as well as the facts of a case brought before them for adjudication by voting their conscience, regardless of the judge's instructions to them. This same lawyer also pointed out that this ancient common law right had been rendered moot by the government's increasing despotism over the course of the 19th century. Reformists, in their typically breezy manner, oh so conveniently neglected the second half of this lawyer's argument by only emphasizing the first half, in order to spur up frenetic activity that, in the end, would spin the people around in circles, much like a snake eating its own tail. Groups of people began suggesting that perhaps education about this ancient right would increase the probability of it being exercised. The assumption was tested in case after case for several decades, but the reformists appeared to ignore the implications of the results. Each time, regardless of whether the jurors were given every possible advantage or notice of their ancient right, jury after jury chose guilty verdicts without fail, no matter how arbitrary or capricious the charges the defendant faced. I suspect one major reason why juries usually let defendants hung out to dry was because jurors were just as captive as the defendants themselves were. Consider for a moment how a game of prisoner's dilemma works, except that the game here is skewed heavily in favor of the jurors and strongly against the defendant. The worst any juror would face would be either a relatively minor penalty fee or a few nights in jail, whereas a defendant almost always stood to lose so much more. Worst yet, jurors had more options about how they could act, as opposed to a defendant whose only real choices were to either accept a plea deal or fight the charges and risk losing noticeably more than if he had just taken the plea deal. Consider also the so-called jury tax, which was a heavier punishment levied against a convicted defendant for choosing to exercise his right to a jury trial but then losing his case. Suddenly, a juror choosing to switch his vote during jury deliberations just so he could leave the courthouse an hour or two earlier than if he had chosen to stick to his conscience, and then your average juror's decision-making begins to appear rather, well, calculating. But, and this is a rather large but, the way a legal case is presented before the jury has to follow court procedures, such as their rules of evidence, which of course the people had no say as to what those rules would have been in the first place. As if this wasn't bad enough, if you weren't a registered voter, then you wouldn't be even put on a federal jury wheel. And if you were neither a registered voter nor a licensed driver, then you wouldn't be put on the Texas jury wheel either. Speak up, Charlie. I think my hearing unit is failing a bit. Oh, where's Texas, you say? My boy, Texas is so far west as to be on the other shore of the great Mississippi River. And as to your other question about whether it's a different country, answering that should be saved for another evening. Saddest of all, though, was the fact that the supermajority of these court cases never made it to trial, usually because the defendants were intimidated by the jury tax, and thus chose to accept a plea deal. So if the jurors were going to railroad the defendant just so they could leave earlier anyway, because none of them wanted to be there in the first place, much like prison or school, then why should any defendant place the slightest amount of trust in jurors to be fair and impartial arbitrators of justice? They didn't, and like the game of prisoner's dilemma, they usually chose the plea deal because they understood, if only intuitively, that they would be badly hurt by both the jury and the government, more likely than not, if they didn't cooperate with the prosecutor. Most glaringly, the competency of jurors is arguably comparable to that of voters. Jury wheels, jury selection, and ultimately jury verdicts are proudly held by reformists to be constituted totally randomly, rather than base the composition of jurors based on their capabilities and willingness to do justice. They are instead assembled out of a lottery from a lot of miscreants and cowards who will do anything to escape their predicament. Grand juries rubber-stamped prosecutorial indictments, and petite juries were filled with these people who simply weren't smart enough to get out of jury duty, yet who were expected by statists to render judgments as to truly serious matters of guilt or innocence. Despite all this, my dear grandchildren, there were even some restorers who adhered to the proverb that I'd rather be tried by 12 than carried by 6. To illustrate the idea that the jury box, at best, is not one that should be relied upon as a way of winning back one's freedom, but rather as a mostly unreliable last-ditch rearguard action to only be used when all other better options have been exhausted. With that said, it's time to proceed onward towards a frequently ignored artifice: the soapbox. Now, while reformists primarily champion the first two boxes, this one straddles the boundary of effective action, just as a shadow would between light and darkness. For it could be used to propagandize, or it could equally be used to tell truths that are necessary to understand before bringing the entire system down to its knees. Free speech and a free press were truly beautiful things, if they could have been exercised without undue hardship, much like openly carrying a gun. Alas, such was not the case. Believe it or not, there were forms of soft censorship used to stifle the remnants of the free press. Federal copyright law was used to silence those who produced video press releases, as well as others who had only copied songs from the corporate music industry, if not both. For instance, black hat hackers would game the system by filing false copyright claims on the old dinosaur YouTube website, simply for the purpose of learning the personal identities of various uploaders, the knowledge of which they'd use to harass and threaten them further. Another problem was that statists would occasionally use the statements of any journalist as evidence against him in the government courts. For example, my parents made me memorize the following hearsay rule that was common throughout the former United States, which said that a statement cannot be hearsay if, quote, the statement is offered against a party and is the party's own statement in either an individual or representative capacity, close quote. In other words, anything you say can and will be used against you by statists in order to steal your freedom and your property away from you, and they will do this by way of government law. For example, if you were writing a letter to the editor that Americans should consider using their common right of revolution to cast off the yoke of tyranny, all the social justice warriors would come out of the woodwork and accuse you of being an advocate of violence, if not also try to drag you into court on the grounds of incitement, despite the fact that such political content was totally legal at that time, according to the government's own lawyers. It wasn't just the government's laws that infringed upon the free press. Oh no, my grandchildren, it was also the incessant conflict generated by many who claimed to oppose government media. Sensationalism, not truth, was the prime currency, as misinformation and disinformation took precedence over reliable intelligence. News cycle junkies and inept researchers promoted myths and half-truths, which ended up serving only the tyrants. Confidence artists scammed well-intentioned donators out of their discretionary income. Social justice warriors inculcated false guilt in the minds of their victims only because they were both angered and jealous of their lifestyle preferences. Most importantly, the never-ending bickering and infighting, with its concomitant strains of bullying and death threats, only benefited those who wanted their 15 minutes of fame, but not those who had wanted to spread the message of liberty. Repeat that again, Penelope? Wouldn't all that infighting discourage people from opposing those bad men who pretended to be government? Well, my dear, yes it would, and it did. A few people realized how these dynamics worked, but by the time they did, it was already much too late for the remnants of the free press. Ironically, participation in this so-called alternative media, in fact, violated individual privacy more often than not. Smeared were the good reputations of decent people, and baseless accusations held more sway than any exculpatory evidence, mainly because there was no semblance of due process or basic fairness. As a result, many lovers of liberty saw their employment and business opportunities vanish, since there was no remedy for them to even try and regain their good name. This, coupled with the scammers who promoted things like activist legal defense funds, were the causes behind why many restorers becoming more impoverished and disillusioned than they were before, and thus it served as a punitive disincentive against those who opposed the government. An obscure blogger at the time remarked that his greatest fear wasn't persecution from the government, necessarily, but rather the alternative media slowly mutating into an internet version of statist media, hence the name-calling of gun owners as violence advocates. He attributed this in large part to the destruction of language we now know full well as verbicide, which, you must keep in mind, was a little-known concept at the time. Ultimately, he became quite despondent and chose to give up on any notion of spreading a message of any kind, at least publicly, that is. In one of his final articles, he explained that almost nobody was listening, and of those who did, they stubbornly refused to act, instead preferring to simply repeat what he himself had said on a variety of given topics. So, children, the adage provided by a more well-known author that, in a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act, was more true than even most of the restorers gave it credit for. Of course, both the statists and reformists were more than comfortable telling the noble lie as long as it served their nefarious purposes. What became of those restorers who were still bracing the free press together with little more than baling wire and duct tape was that they finally shifted their focus from expressing their grievances to teaching their audiences how to resist the government's police forces, because for all intents and purposes, they might as well have been living in 1930s Germany. Having closed the door to that particular avenue, let's next explore what happened to those who had resisted in a foolish manner. The Pine Box. The shared assumption behind the 3 previous boxes was that there was some kind of peaceful solution to the age-old problem of tyranny. Elections, juries, and even the news cycle all served to perpetuate the notion that if you only play by the tyrant's own rules, then you will defeat him at some point. Whether it be by persuasion, gambling, or embarrassment, these approaches fail to address the root of statism itself, namely, the mindless obedience to authority. It was this very obedience, Charlie and Penelope, that directly led to the massive numbers of humans who died at the altar of so-called public policy. During the 20th century alone, there were 284,638,000 people murdered by government, and that number did not include those who were killed in war, whether they be military or civilian casualties during either World War or the many smaller ones that took place as well. If that fact does not make you shudder to your core as to the dangerously unstable nature of all government, then I honestly don't know what will. Some good people back then debated with each other as to whether or not this was a malfunction of constitutional republicanism, or if all governments, no matter their form or structure, would always degrade back into tyranny, because that is its natural design. Ultimately, though, it didn't really matter too much either way, because the result was exactly the same. No one with a conscience would be able to deny the many grievances expressed by the people who had suffered under the yoke of a despotism whose weaponry had the capability to destroy this planet many times over in their mad rush for absolute power over the entire human race. Moral indignation of those who imagine themselves to be our rulers served as the backbone needed to grow and sustain an effective resistance. Disregarding their laws as whims of the self-appointed political class, freedom fighters across a range of political ideologies banded together in the common cause for the restoration of our liberty. Sadly, as these things tend to go, the reformists butted heads with the restorers as to how best resist the statists. Civil disobedience became the tactic of choice, and peaceful evolution the long-term strategy of the reformists. They would encourage average people to not only disobey unjust laws, but to also do so blatantly and out in the open. Some of the restorers observed this behavior, labeling it teasing the bear, and advising against it, not because they opposed civil disobedience on principle, but because they advocated a wiser application of it that was much more discreet. In response to this criticism, the reformists performed their final act of betrayal to the cause of liberty when they routinely labeled the restorers as advocates of violence. Ironically, such so-called peaceful resistance only ended up increasing the wrath of the tyrants upon the people, for reasons I've already mentioned. Worse yet, much of the techniques for doing so were ineffective, and what methods did actually work were seldom used. Only what was actively promoted by the reformists ever got any serious consideration by the majority of people who resisted government, because they owned the noticeable competition to state-approved corporate media. Those who persisted in this bad strategy also failed in its execution by not taking the proper precautions. For instance, there was no estate planning, no will, no nest eggs, no last wishes, and no prepaid funerals arranged ahead of time. Practitioners of Satagariha ultimately ended up dying in government prisons, irresponsibly failing to provide for their own families. Reformists who persisted in this course of action shouldn't have expected any flag-draped coffins or a 21-gun salute at Arlington National Cemetery, like they'd expect from a Tom Clancy novel. The best anyone could hope for at their own funerals would be attendance from their good family and close friends, who'd then pass around a bundle of burning sage before shooting an arrow into the sky as their homemade coffin was lowered into the earth. Don't get me wrong, we're all mortal, but what I am trying to say here is that it doesn't matter how you died so much as how well you lived, and it would seem that the reformists had forgotten that. Because of this stems the phrase, "I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees." Although its sentiment is certainly more admirable than rolling over and groveling before the feet of tyrants, it stops awfully short of its potential to do some real good in the world. Meditating on death, as the medieval Japanese samurai did, can be useful in making peace with one's mortality, but it is unhelpful if one is attempting to inspire courage. Now, having examined the consequences of half measures, as well as of failure despite the best of intentions, let us now proceed to the final and most important box. The cartridge box. If there is ever a devil, the state is it. That is why the founders of the former United States insisted on maintaining and strengthening the militia system. Because they viewed government as a necessary evil, they understood that the only truly effective check on the power of any government is for the common people to use their privately owned weapons to deter and even repel the king's guards. As one of those former guards warned back then, tyranny cannot come to the door of any American unless it comes in uniform. You must keep in mind, grandchildren, that revolutions are internal, whereas restoring independence is external. This understanding, coupled with an appreciation for leaderless resistance, should impress upon you the dynamics inherent in the evolution of human liberty. Only a unity of purpose, not a unity of structure, would ever be the appropriate expression of any broad solidarity. People back then routinely confused freedom with comfort. Before the Korean reunification of the 2020s, those who had been natively born in the southern half of the peninsula, as well as the expatriates from the northern half, considered life south of the demilitarized zone, DMZ, to be freer than in the north. However, both governments had constitutions, and both constitutions recognized many civil rights, including suffrage, free speech, and privacy of correspondence. Interestingly, neither Korean constitution enumerated the right to keep and bear arms. Just because you could use a cellular telephone in the South does not therefore mean that you are free, but what it certainly does mean is that you are more comfortable. Unlike the German reunification of the 1990s or the American reunification of the 1860s, the Koreans decided to try living without government for a while, and to their surprise, they enjoyed it very much. Korean imitation of the civil defiance, earlier demonstrated by Americans during the Bundy affair, was paramount in their ability to deter and ultimately repel both governments forcibly. South Korean dissidents, who were inspired by the restorers, marched around Seoul wearing holstered pistols. Following the mass arrests of these demonstrators, the North Korean expats gathered around one of the police stations and smoked cannabis until they too were thrown into the same cells. This event, which became known as the Seoul Roundup, inspired the show of force in Pyongyang of peasants armed only with their pitchforks who were finally challenging the legitimacy of the communist government. With no more need for the DMZ, the American military stationed there returned home in order to suppress the popular uprisings in Atlanta, Milwaukee, and Topeka, but ultimately to no avail because nearly all those who had been on duty chose to not just disobey their superior officers, but to also join the growing resistance by hunting down and punishing the worst statists. By 2032, the long-suffering restorers had won their freedom back, but at no small sacrifice. Reformists condemned both the American restorers and the Koreans for breaking the law, as this would destabilize both countries by inviting chaos. or so they said. Despite their repeated failures with elections, juries, and news, the reformists insisted on pushing forward a strategy of peaceful evolution on the grounds that if they simply could win some hearts and minds by chaining honorably discharged veterans to the doors of government buildings and then filming the subsequent police brutality, then this would magically accomplish something, somewhere, somehow. Needless to say, their failures were quite impressively astounding. You can tell a lot about a government by how its law enforcement officers normally treat the citizenry. House raids normally included police officers shooting the family dog in cold blood or tasing women asleep in their beds. Once the public executions were being held in town squares to the sound of government trumpets blaring, guerrillas emerged who then began their combat operations by doing such things as pouring sand into the gas tanks of police cars. Just like the American colonists and Texan settlers before them, the restorers organized local committees of safety in their neighborhoods and counties in order to bring a degree of stability to their respective areas of operation. These committees of safety, once they had established themselves as pillars of their communities, began recruitment for the formation of openly armed militia units who would meet in local parks to practice close-order drill and conduct physical fitness training as disciplined units. Much of what followed was quite an exciting time. Politicians and their minions were targeted, as were the gendarmerie, the latter of whom were summarily executed on the spot. The strategy and tactics of the restorers was much like the Viet Cong guerrillas of the 1960s, but with the technological roles reversed. Such an effort would have been impossible to mount without the logistical planning before the outbreak of active hostilities. For decades, many stockpilers began squirreling away materiel that one day could be used if any of the normal supply chains ever broke down, even if only temporarily. These stockpiles were quickly put to use by the guerrillas and their many allies, and because of this, the stockpilers became one of the most important support sections for the restorers of constitutional government. Once the many committees of safety began coalescing into larger committees, as the small white dots grew to eventually overshadow the black areas, then governance transitioned to the Constitutional Compliance Convention, whose duty it was to guide the orderly dissolution of the tyrannical empire and the long sought for restoration of these United States. A few decades went by, and there were those who felt as if government really was an unnecessary evil. Public debates and many referendums were issued amongst this rather enlightened people, who had not too long before had regained their hard-won republics, and were now faced with the very real prospect of experimenting with limited government much more so, perhaps even to the point of extinction. First, the American Southwest, followed closely by Texas, and then the Pacific Northwest, abolished their respective governments, because their executive and judicial functions had already been replaced by the private production of security services alongside multi-tiered third-party arbitration that was sold in a truly freed market by competing dispute resolution firms. Used during both the earlier American and Texan struggles for independence, the well-known phrase, "come and take it," was again pressed into use by the restorers in order to emphasize that the use of weapons to kill government agents, including so-called law enforcement or police officers, was truly indeed the last resort in the defense of freedom. Since that time, absolutely no one has dared to question the idea that firearms are liberty's teeth, and as such, it is vitally important to maintain good hygiene. Evolving past the most dangerous superstition was only made possible by the tireless actions of those who came before you, who suffered, fought, and often died, just so you and your children would be able to taste the sweet nectar of liberty. Incumbent it is upon you to maintain this fine tradition of ours by adhering to our libertarian values, lest the future descend again into the same bottomless pit of subjugation and oppression. Never be tempted into giving up your freedom for anything, and perhaps one day humanity might just assume its rightful place amongst the stars. And now, my dearest grandchildren, it is time for bed. Yet a part of me doubts this is in any way the end, for that could only be if the people living back then had chosen the bonds of slavery over the blessings of liberty. I think that what I have told you tonight is evidence that their faith in us has been duly rewarded, more so than any of us could have ever imagined. That being said, off to bed with you. Good night. You have just heard a tale of Proverbs on the 5 boxes, the concluding installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire.
The Vonu Ghost System Bundle gives the beginning, or advanced self-liberator an affordable and user-friendly way to step up their security culture in both the physical and digital second realms. Featuring 2 privacy-hardened devices, hardware hacked by our friend Jam and Biconic. 1. The Ghost Phone, a de-Googled Pixel 3a with Calyx OS. 2. VonuPad Basic, GhostPad T420A privacy laptop, and a Faraday bag to take your devices offline. This Vonu Ghost System Bundle is exclusively available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Learn more or order today, libertyunderattack.com/GHOSTBUNDLE1. In this technological age, at least right now, some interaction with the digital Babylon beast is necessary. But when we are pushed toward interacting, let us instead choose devices that we own, ones that aren't programmed to rat us out, ones that are as secure as humanly possible, while also balancing the need for an easy user experience. Again, visit libertyunderattack.com/GHOSTBUNDLE1 to order the first ever Vonu Ghost System Bundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/GHOSTBUNDLE1. See you in the digital second realm.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA